We are now in the double digits for the amount of weeks we've been going through the EGFC Overwatch 2 season. My name is Sam Talks. Joining me, of course, the amazing Ocean cast. And Ocean, we have, talked last week about coming back in from the winter break. We're now in this new split. The teams are going to have, they've had some time to adapt to some of the new changes. And then literally the next week later, we've been hit in the face with a big one with the Season 3 release.
Yeah. And what a timing for it, because we've got, for this first game today, we've got our top two teams here in the EGFC Season 4 right now. UTK, currently unbeaten 9-0 record. Will this new Season 3 patch be the thing that ends their run? And University of Delaware, their challengers today, in second place.
Indeed so, with only one loss to their name as well. And that loss was actually given to them by William and Mary. And so Delaware, this is going to be the first time they go up against the University of Tennessee, the team that is the one to beat, the one who has been able to stand tall throughout all 9 weeks that we've had so far. So the 10th week could be what changes that. University of Delaware has the confidence that they're going to be able to do that. So let's go ahead and take a look and see what our rosters are going to be for this team. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of familiar faces here, especially on the side of Delaware, on the side of UTK. Of course, we have Nate 12, Pod 36,000, Ideal Warrior, Hyper, and Juno. And Ocean for the side of UTK.
Oh, I get to do this. You caught me off guard. We got Hydra, Duckster, Balamafi, Paravir, and Noodles. I think the player to look at this week is going to be Duckster, because we talked to Duckster last week. Looked really good. Simply had a really good performance against William and Mary. So keep an eye on Duckster and see if they can improve their performance from last week, which is going to be a tough task.
I think it really is going to be a tough task. Now, here's the thing, too, with Season 3 changes, it's brought a lot of, some DPS to the forefront here, though. But we got to figure out what maps we're playing on first before we get into any more discussions about what could be happening with our DPSers. And, of course, starting us off, the fan favorite control map, Lijiang Tower, into Paraiso, New Queen Street, Shambali Monastery. I hope we can make it that far because I love Shambali. And ending, if we need to, with DePaul.
I feel like it's unfair to have two DePaul maps in a row.
Right?
I feel like that's a competitive advantage, because if you win on one map and then both teams don't get a reset between the two because they're like right beside each other, I think people need to have words with the EGF on this one.
We'll send it up to the higher ups. There's going to be some strong discussions about how that has been set up. Well, Lijiang Tower, though, Ocean, Lijiang Tower is always the map. If there is ever a chance to be able to choose the map, we typically go to Lijiang Tower first. Yeah,
now Lijiang Tower, one of our more popular control maps. I think Lijiang and Busan are the most picked. I know some people weirdos like Ilios, but those people need called out. I don't know. Yeah. Don't know what to say about the Ilios lovers out there, but that map, I'm not with it. I'm not with it personally. I'm more of a Busan or Lijiang kind of guy.
I got to agree. It's just because I think Lijiang Tower really sets yourself up really nicely. It's a map that has a lot of different combinations that can work well for your team, and it's a really great chance to start gauging how the enemy is able to play the game. And now, speaking of playing the game, Season 3, there has been a lot of different ways in order to play this game now, and a lot of different, I think, sort of combinations that are going to come through. The captains themselves were talking about it. They want to kind of stick with what they feel comfortable with, and we might be seeing some theory crafting on the side of what could be happening here as we head into Lijiang.
I think the idea over the course of the series for our narrative today is we've got a top two team tussle where these teams are going to be trying to find every competitive advantage possible. That includes all the changes that we've seen in Season 3 to different heroes. And we're going to see meta, or maybe not like the actual meta craft in this game, but a meta for this series craft out in this game. That's something we're going to keep an eye on.
The Cassidy main inside of me is singing right now, by the way, Ocean, because Ducksta themselves is playing the cowboy. So we're going to see how well this is going to work, or whether or not Nate 12 on the Sojourn is going to be the superior one here in this duel between the two schools. And really, that's the only difference right now between our hero lineup. We both had the same tank, one of the same DPS, and of course the same supports on both sides. It seems, though, that Hydra's going to be the first one to fall to the hands of Juno. Ducksta is trying their best. It seems like their attention is turning over to Nate, who's isolated by themselves. They've done enough damage, and so now it's time to leave them alone a little bit while making sure that they're not going too far. Ideal Warrior is not in the ideal position that they want to be health-wise, and now it's going to be UTK pushing on the point. Even with the loss of Hydra, UTK was able to recover nicely, and it seems like indeed so. The Cowboy is just putting in the work.
Yep, should be done. And just the Duckster. Wow, just starting off where they left off last week. Good fight for Duckster. And I don't really think they missed their Tracer too much in that fight, right? I think what Tracer's really good at is forcing out cooldowns and also like annoying the other team's Tracer, right, and limiting their value. Didn't really think Paul did too much apart from get some ult charge, which they're going to have a pulse bomb for this next team fight. That's going to be an interesting ultimate to look at in between these two Kitsune rushes.
All right, it's going to be Paravir to pop that one first, and of course, Duckster inside of that is going to be an insane Cassidy that's going to be able to put them into the ground, but instead Nate is going to be the one to respond and not scared of that whatsoever. Now, this is actually a really important move from Duckster to be able to make that happen, but Pod 36K read that so perfectly and so cleanly. He's able to use that pulse bomb, the ultimate lands, and it gets the kill there. University of Delaware, we're able to get that, we're going to be able to get this point back. Not too much percentage on the board for UTK. 41%.
I mean, that's actually surprisingly low for what you would usually see on Legion Garden. Usually you see teams being able to ping pong and stall at this map for an incredibly long time to build up percentage. I'm actually surprised both these teams went for Orisa. Like, there's a lot of Wrecking Ball changes. Wrecking Ball's usually known as good on this map, and usually do see some Winston here as well. So surprised to see both these teams opt for Orisa compositions, but it's what they're comfortable with, and both teams will be looking to get their Orisa set up with those Terra Surges this team fight.
A 12 inside of the overclock. The beat has been dropped by Noodles to make sure that they're able to survive through it. A Terra Surge comes in from Ideal Warrior, gets 2 inside of it, and the overclock is going to be able to take down Duckster from there, and Blemethy's all by themselves. Down they fall. University of Delaware is going to be able to continue this, well, hold.
Yeah, no, it was a good fight. It was a good fight. You know, I didn't really see what Tennessee were trying to set up that team fight. That worries me a little bit. Delaware looked like they knew that they wanted to win with their Terra Surge. Tennessee had a Terra Surge. That could have been an option for them as well, but they didn't seem to exercise that option. It was a well-planned team fight from Delaware, and it was well executed as well. Next team fight, I guess Blemethy's the one to look out for, once again, with the Terra Surge. Only ultimate really online in the lobby right now.
The closest one to them is going to be Paravir, followed closely by Pod 36K, who has their Pulse Bomb almost online. Once again, looking for an opportunity to be able to get into the backline and really start building their way up towards it, saving it for just the right moment. Paravir does now have the Kitsune Rush available. And for Delaware at this moment, it's just all about trying to stall out for as long as you can. Wait for the Terra Surge. It's good, really good. But there we have it. A Terra Surge comes through, and it does enough damage to be able to, at the very least, start putting the kills on the board.
And we get to 85%, the magical number. 85% the number is the number in Overwatch where we're kind of like, okay, one more team fight and you should have this. Paravir also used the Kitsune Rush that fight, Sam. So this is going to be a fairly free Kitsune Rush for University of Delaware. They have the lead in Sport Ultimates. They have a small window of opportunity here to come in, take this team fight, potentially win the map off of it.
The potential is theirs in their hand, Ocean, and that is something that excites, I think, everyone in Overwatch, but potential can be squandered just as easily as that, especially when Dux is able to open up and take out Hyper with a quick railgun shot to the body. Now it's rotating around. They do have the overclock available in their hands, and unfortunately for Pod, that pulse bomb was able to find no purchase whatsoever. Duxa, to try and hold strong, pushes them back.
I think that window of opportunity is gone now, Sam. It's such a tight window, right, where you now had the Kitsune Rush and there was no Sport Ultimates on the other side to counter. Now Noodles has built up a sound barrier, and later in that fight, that's probably going to set up a duel of the Sojourns. Both have their overclocks.
Nate is going to be the first one to use it. Now you're going to go inside of the Kitsune Rush. I didn't even see where Nate was coming from. He lops the head right off of Duxta. And now this could be the opening that they were looking for. Noodles has already used it. A good stick comes in from Hydra, but Hyper was able to get the sound barrier off in time, completely negating whatever was happening there. We are now brought into overtime. University of Tennessee falls. Delaware gets it back.
Yeah, they used everything to make sure they got that point back. If there is another team fight, there's going to be 2 ultimates online for Tennessee, but I don't know if they can touch. I don't know if they can get a clean team fight. They've just had 2 players respawn.
It's going to be tough no matter what you do there, and of course they're also switching off on these heroes, and with the way that things are changing around, those ult percentages are going to go all over the place. Duxta is still landing some really good shots inside of that overclock, and now aided by the help of that Kitsune Rush is going to be able to put down their mirror, and now it's all looking around. Delaware, they've lost their tank, they've lost their DPS, and now at this point, it is going to be trying to hold on for as long as you can. Hyper and Pod 36K. Ideal Warrior has to make the switch over onto the Wrecking Ball to try and get back there, but Blemethy is going to roll right to Pod. Eliminates them. Overtime takes away. No one to touch. Tennessee gets it. But it was tough to get there.
It was indeed. Tennessee were in a pretty rough position going into the last fight, right? They didn't really have much staging or setup time where they couldn't really set up any sort of engagement. They just had to go in and hope Duxter got a kill with that overclock, right? And Duxter provided. Duxter having a really good series so far. Just, yeah, starting off where they left off last week, kind of. First team fight on the cast, it was really, really good. And that clutch kill as well at the end with the overclock. Duxter's on form right now.
Duxter's looking really good. It's the DPS player that we wanted to keep our eye on. It's the DPS player that continues to perform immaculately week after week after week, and a lot of what these plays are able for UTK is coming off the shoulders of them being able to land the shots. Sometimes as plain as day, sometimes it's all you need, and that is exactly what they are doing. Oh, that's really unfortunate for Hyper. That was an excellent javelin from Blamity to catch Hyper out like that, stuck them inside of a corner, and they were not able to get away, so then you just javelin spin right into them, eliminate that. Now Delaware has lost their main support.
Yeah, that's done, because, I mean, look, realistically, you have to kite back here, because you can't use your speed, right, to engage onto anyone. Once that Lucio's done, especially at this stage of the fight, it's really difficult for Delaware to get any sort of plan going for this team fight.
You can see that they're trying to scramble. At the very least, they were able to get on point. Tennessee does manage to grab it first. But the way that Blamity plays so aggressively with these javelins is so beautiful. They get right in the face, and sometimes they miss, sometimes they hit. But when Blamity does hit, it usually ends in somebody's death. It's always beautiful. Now you've drawn out the protection Suzy from Juno. We have ultimates building themselves up. The first Kitsune rush is going to be popped now. Paraveer does have their own, but Noodles is going to respond in kind using that sound barrier. Now it's going to be Paraveer to use it, and Duxa to take down Nate 12. It's all just about pressing W and seeing if you're going to be able to get the kills. Blamity takes a lot of damage, has to regroup with the rest of the team, but with the loss of Ideal Warrior, that is the loss of Delaware's hope to get that point.
You know, that was one of the craziest fights I've seen, because you know that kill under Hyper right at the start of this round of Lijiang Night Market? That's what won that team fight for University of Tennessee, right? Because you saw Janelle use that Kitsune Rush response from Noodles, Soundbar, then Paraveer used their Kitsune Rush, and because Hyper died so early in the round, they hadn't built up the sound barrier yet to respond, and that means Tennessee get all of this free percentage. They could get to the 80s by the time this fight ends.
Absolutely, and look at how everything they've set themselves up towards. It is a really good opener from Nate, though, to take down Noodles and give themselves just a little bit more of an opening, and thanks to the damage they dealt on Duxta, Ideal Warrior was able to secure that kill. Now it's all about pushing them out of the point. Not quite to the 80s, but it's getting very close. 65% before UTK lost it.
I think it was a good play from Nate. I do think Tennessee could have done a little bit more there to hold on, get a bit more percentage, or at least set up that team fight a little bit better. I think a lot of their players were left open. That's why Nate got that kill. It was good idea from Nate to get that overclock off. It was really, really good overclock. It was well executed. Now Duxter is going to have to respond like Duxter always has to for Tennessee.
I'm excited for this overclock. This could be the potential to really change the tone of how this game has been going. Duxa, if anyone could do it, it is definitely going to be them, but now it's going to be, of course, Hyper still does have their sound barrier, so once we hear that things are going to end now, well, the power of music might be able to keep things going for just that little bit longer. Oh my goodness! Juno actually lands the headshot kill into Duxa inside of their overclock, and so now, although the potential that could have been there, and then a second, oh my goodness! 3!
Lovely post-one from Pod, but I think the biggest thing to take away from that fight is that Kitsune Rush, they were too down. Oh, I'm not sure I agree with that decision. Paraveer loses that key support ultimate, and now they're having to rely on Noodles in the next team fight to deal with Janelle's Kitsune Rush in response. How do you even approach this fight for Tennessee? You're in a lot of trouble here. I mean, maybe you try to get Blamafy set up with the Terror Surge. I think that's going to be your best bet.
I think so as well. You're going to have to figure out an opportune moment to use that. There it is. That is your opportune moment off of the back of Duxton to be able to go in. Now the Terror Surge from Blamity isn't going to be able to really do too much damage. You can see that Duxton is a bad position themselves. A protection suit has to be used, and a boop comes in, but the rocket slide to get themselves back over to safety. The kills are coming for the side of UTK, and Delaware is falling still, though. Sort of a similar. I'm getting deja vu, Ocean. It's an 84% that Delaware drops again.
Yeah. This is going to be the moment. Delaware, they missed their execution on the last time around when they were around 86%. I think it was exactly 86% as well, right? So they're going to have Kitsune Rush. Noodles has a response with Soundbar. Yeah, this is exactly what happened last time around. It's going to be interesting. Noodles versus Juno. Who's going to get their rally with their support ultimates? Are they just going to cancel each other out? And then we look towards the Sojourns.
It's already starting. A bit of a stalemate. Juno is going to be the first one to use the Kitsune rush, and of course the answering kind from Noodles, waiting for the right opportune moment, so completely negating what each other is trying to do here. And you can see that Ducksta is setting themselves up there in the back. Took a lot of damage from a railgun shot, but now Paravir has built themselves up. Hyper has built themselves up, and so now we're seeing it. But here it is. The overclocks are coming up, but it's going to be Nate to open things up, and now they're getting a double kill inside of there. Beautifully well done from Delaware, but Ocean, still though, they're not done yet.
It's not done yet. Blamathy's probably going to make the switch over to the Wrecking Ball. Changes have been made. No ultimates for Tennessee to work with this time around. They relied on Duckster to save them last time, but I don't even think it's going to be an option as Noodles can't get the touch on the objective.
But it might be up to Blamathy. They don't touch it.
Oh, tough. It's tough. 86%. It was a well-won team fight in the previous team fight for Delaware. No really staggered kills. It was a clean wipe. It's always going to be tough to touch. Noodles getting caught out on the way to the point. We have a 1-1 rounds here. And both of these rounds of Overwatch have been very, very similar, right? Where Tennessee have got a really good start. Lose their lead a little bit early. We get Delaware to around 86%. We have a battle of support ultimates. And then it leads into the Sojourns. And whichever one of the Sojourns pops off wins the round. We had Duckster in the first round of Garden. We had Nate in the second round there on Night Market. Could be a similar story for the rest of the series. This could be just a battle of these two hit scan players, Nate 12 and Duckster. Who's going to step up here on Lijon Control Center?
We're going to find out very shortly. The decision to go for Hydra on the Junkrat versus Pod 36,000's Tracer. It's going to be the difference maker here, but of course on Control Center, those Junkrat grenades are going to be doing so much damage. Of course, the mines as well. It's going to give Pod 36,000 a little bit of difficulty to be able to get into the backline and really do some damage, especially if they're being kept an eye on at all times. You can see that you're just able to rush right on top of them. Ducksta is going to get rid of the nuisance of that Tracer. So now they don't have to worry about that for too much longer. Ideal Warrior to try and stand tall against the Junkrat. Point has opened. No one has been able to grab it just yet, but you can see that it's going to be happening very soon.
Start for Tennessee. Blamathy takes out Ideal Warrior. It's going to be a point back here for University of Delaware if they can. Juno against the TP, 24 health. Looks like they're going to get alive, and it's going to be a difficult reset for Delaware. And Tennessee are going to get up to this choke, try and get a kill on the hype of it. No, Tennessee have control of this little tiny doorway that everyone's got stuck at once before. No, actually, no, they don't. They back up. They just don't want to control the choke. I'm not sure I agree with this one, Sam.
I don't either. They've just given up so much free space for Delaware to be able to walk forward and give themselves all of that room to maneuver around with, where they could have kept them stuck at the doorway. Now we're going to have the battle of the Kitsune rushes. Noodles is going to be the one to actually pop the beat from Tennessee, and now it's going to be Hyper to use one of their own, waiting for just a second longer before having to use theirs. And it seems like that might actually work out better for them. The extra overhealing has allowed them to sustain themselves for longer against Tennessee, and now we're seeing both of the DPS gone. It's going to be Delaware to take the point back.
Are these guys like playing a prank on us or something? Because this is literally the same round. This is literally the same round of Overwatch. I've watched it 3 times. That's a nice pulse bomb. Oh, that's another awesome pulse bomb for the round of Lijon. Put that in the highlight rail, mate. That was sick.
Pod 36,000 has been landing some insane pulse bombs. We got a 3K in the last round. Now we're met with a double kill this time around. Pod is putting in some work with these pulse bombs, and really at this point you're just stalling out for as much time as you can as Delaware. Now we're going to see what is going to happen with these overclocks. They want to get rid of Nate immediately. Duckster took a lot of damage for their efforts, healed back up to full though, and was able to take out their counterpart. Now it's going to go inside of the Terror Surge. Down goes Hyper, and soon to follow, more than likely, the rest of Delaware.
Yeah, good fight. Duckster taking the off angle at a really good time. Blamathy engaging up main with the rest of the squad. Delaware didn't really seem cracked for that off angle, didn't really have any options to deal with Duckster. Duckster takes advantage, good overclock, good start to the team fight. It's going to be up to Nate to respond in the next one.
Same for Ideal Warrior, they have that Terror Surge, which if they're able to use it just the same amount that Blamathy was able to, it's going to come up big for them. This has been a back and forth game so far though, Ocean, with both of these teams really giving it to each other right now. Lijiang Tower is proven to be the battleground. Hydra's playing it safe though. They're playing it smart. They don't want to get caught out by the overclock, but instead they're just going to be caught out by Ideal Warrior, throwing a javelin into their face and then eliminating them from there. Now it's time to push forward. They do have the Terror Surge available to them, but smart take, not using it.
50% to 81%. Blamathy gets staggered out there. That's going to be critical actually. So University Tennessee, they have to wait a little bit longer to get set up and get ready to go for this choke. And look at Delaware. This time they're staged right beside the choke. Ideal Warrior support ultimates with them to try and set up this Terror Surge. I like this approach far more than the one Tennessee took.
And you can see it that Hydra is trying to take this off angle so that way they can use that Riptire. Unfortunately for Hydra, not caught inside of that sound barrier while they're having a duel with Pod 36,000. Here comes the Kitsune Russian Paravir. And now we're going to see the... Oh, did they get knocked off?
They did!
Did they get knocked off? No way. All right, that's just free real estate now. Easy to just walk on point and take it.
Yeah, goodbye, Janelle. Goodbye, Hyper. 91% hunting for Delaware. 8C for Tennessee. I mean, Delaware, in theory, should need one more team point. Hey, can we get rid of the Honzo? Okay. Not sure what this is going to do. I mean, it was a cool idea maybe to scout out if they were at the choke or not. But no, I don't really see how the Honzo is going to get value. Vice versa, the Sojourn. I don't think that's going to make sense, right? And also, you have the chance of getting Riptire early on in the fight by Hydra.
Oh, it's high for DePaul by the hands of that Riptire, or by the wheels of that Riptire. Blamanthy is so dangerously low, but the execution is not able to come in. And with the death of Delaware, this secures UTK's position on Lijiang Tower, taking on this first map. But a very tough get for this one.
Yeah, very, very close map control. I'm hoping the rest of the series is like that. Looks like we've got a little bit of a battle of the Sojourns on our hands between Nate 12 and Dexter. I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out over the rest of the series, and maybe we might see some more compositions as well as the series goes on, because you just seen pretty much a mirror matchup there. So maybe we'll see something else. Someone maybe trying something a little bit different. Maybe that could change the course of the series as well.
I think so as well. This is going to be a very interesting one at that, because there's been so much talk here about Season 3, the changes that are coming forward. We're still seeing the comfortability, though, of what we've been having in the meta so far. And I think for the teams right now, that, you know, you're 1 and 2, you really don't want to change up too much. You don't want to be doing something that you're not comfortable with. And so we're definitely seeing that reflected in how they play for the moment. Now, we did see a little bit, some fun here and there. Of course, switching over to the ball, you got to, if you're trying to secure the point. But still, Para-ESO, our next map. And of course, a fun new Overwatch 2 map. So potential here for some more chaos.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a D.Va or a Wrecking Ball here, or even Winston, right? Because there's lots of high grounds on point A and point B in particular, right? And there's also a fairly significant high ground on point C, but it's easy to walk up to it. So I don't think you need to run something as like a D.Va or a Wrecking Ball there. I think on point A and B, we could see a little bit of a mix-up in terms of our tanks. Other heroes that you might see on this map that could have been rejuvenated by the new patch that we've had recently with Season 3. Ashe, Echo, Pharah, all seem like good options. A lot of people complaining about the Mercy changes, but I know a couple of people who think Mercy's good and can enable these star DPS players, or maybe some heroes like Echo.
Indeed so, and we're definitely going to be wanting to see how those star DPS players are going to be enabled and how they're going to be able to work with their support players. And I think for what we saw from Lijiang Towers, the support players were putting in a lot of effort on their own. And I mean, we saw it time and time again whenever we had one Kitsune Rush completely negated by the sound barriers time and time again, but it was also just smart usage sometimes that really helped to save the day. Like for Delaware in one of the team fights on Control Center, using the sound barrier just a little bit later allowed them to stay alive for a little bit longer, and because they had that sustainability, was able to win out in that team fight against UTK. But Para-ESO, the next map that we're going to be going on to, another potential here for Delaware to be able to take things back. It was a really close map though, Ocean, right? It was 2-1. Both of those score lines were basically brought into overtime, except for the final round. But even then, that was still close, 193%. I'm not going to expect anything different for this map.
Wow, Tennessee flashing something that I expected in the Echo. I think Echo's really good here. There's a lot of vertical cover that you can kind of hide around and get some angles with. Also increasing value for heroes like Pharah on this map, right? But Echo, I think, is just a safer bet. More free mobility. I like Echo a lot more here. Same for Delaware on the defense. They don't want to change too much up, but I like the fact Tennessee are trying to adapt early. And I think their matchup here is a good idea. Maybe not as much ball potential as the rest, or maybe more. I'm not exactly sure how that matchup plays out, but I think Remacha gives you a lot more freedom in terms of setting up team fights, in terms of how you set up your ultimates. How you're going to go for the whatever. I I didn't think he was going to hit it. I thought I had more setup time, but this fight's going to get going. Go ahead, Sam. Have your play-by-play.
That was unbelievable. Oh, okay, now Hydra back over to the Echo, and of course, this is just... Delaware was given the golden goose egg by Hydra, and so now they're able to walk on point and completely take them out. Tennessee is feeling very good. Hydra especially has to be feeling very good. Point already taken. That's another clip. EGF, get clipping that. That's going on the reel for next week. That has to be going on the reel for next week. I will be having words with our editors otherwise, because that was sick. That was sick. I was so caught off guard. I thought I had more setup time. I should have passed the mic. It's okay. Listen, Ocean, I don't think any of us saw that one coming, but Hydra wanted to was more than happy to prove us wrong on that end. Unfortunately for Flamethy, getting a little bit hammered by Ideal Warriors Orisa right now, but is able to get back in, regroup with the rest of the team. Hydra still landing some sick headshots. It doesn't matter if they're a Widowmaker or an Echo. Whomever they get in front of is going to go down.
Yeah, Hydra. We'd like to see them take some more off angles here. Yeah, they're going to go around the right-hand side here. As Flamethy tries to start a brawl, as Hydra now tries to get value here out of the Echo. What are you looking for, Hydra? You haven't found much yet. Not going to go for the Kiriko, I think. Nope, just going to chill. Alright, fair enough. Thanks, Hydra. Ruin my color.
A little bit careful about wanting to do that. Parafair actually pops the Kitsune Rush, but is immediately taken out by Juno the second it comes out, and so it seems like they're going to be able to get a little bit more out of the side of Delaware's Kitsune Rush. There we have it. The team kill finally comes in, and UTK, well... ever since we started this match, has finally stopped.
I wanted to continue my narrative of why I think the Echo is good here, and Hydra just kind of looked at the enemy team and couldn't decide what to do. And I was going to set him up for a big play next team fight. Shall we try it again? So Hydra here, 80% to Echo duplicate, right? Going to set up, try and take an off flank, try and look out for the supports, and then maybe have a duplicate in this team fight. So let's keep an eye on Hydra.
See exactly what they're going to be able to do. Ideal Warrior inside the Terror Surge. Noodles is going to be the one to fall. And now Flamethy inside of the Nemesis Swarm does have the Annihilation available to them. And this is going to be just chasing after Duxta to see if they're going to be able to get it. Thankfully, though, Pod 36K was there to secure the kill. And now Paraveer goes down. UTK stopped once more.
Okay, I've given up, Hydra. I'm sorry, mate. We're gonna move on to something a little bit more safe, right? So, we just seen the Terror Surge used in that last team fight from Ideal Warrior. Really good setup. Flamethy now has their Nemesis, right? For this, not the Nemesis. Oh, I forgot what his ult's called. Oh, that's
Annihilation.
Annihilation. Nemesis, the actual tank form. Well, he has that as well. So he's gonna try and brawl up on the high ground. Oh no, gonna try and brawl on the low ground, and then maybe set up Duxta on the Sojourn for an overclock later in the fight.
I'm liking what we're seeing from Ideal Warrior to try and create as much space as he can between this insanely powerful tank. Hyper does get off. He's trying to get away. He's trying to do as best he can, but Noodles is going to use the sound barrier to keep the team alive and going. Now Hydra inside of the duplication. But it's a Sojourn duplication, so they're looking for an opportunity to be able to get rid of Pod. Noodles is going to be the one to help out with that. Payload moves forward.
I wonder if there should be a chance to touch here for Delaware. Nate going over to Ash signifies not. No, they're going to go for this. They're going to go for a touch here. Try and get another fight on the end of point B. Maybe you're looking for the Kiriko ultimate to set up something later on.
Well, at the very least, you don't have to worry about Duxta if you're Delaware. Name 12, looks like this switch over to the Ash might be helping them big time here. That Dynamite is indeed a Dynamite as Hydra falls to those efforts. We're seeing just what Ash is really capable of bringing to the table. Just constant poke. Of course, those Dynamites are deadly as ever.
You know, I mentioned 3 heroes at the start of this map. Falra, Echo, and Ash. And we've seen 2 of them. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. I'm feeling really good about that, actually. And now you're going to have to push into the Ash, right? It's just a lot more difficult. Taking space with Ash is quite difficult. But actually holding space with Ash with things like Dynamite, Coach Gun, is a lot more easy. So Nate's got a little bit more room here.
Juno and Hyperfall. Duxta was feeling a little quiet this map, but is now starting to sing inside of that Kitsune Rush. And so, too, does University of Tennessee. Going to start singing their praises onto this point B.
Yep. Going to be point B done. Yeah, unable to get anything set up. I think that's because Duxta just went on a tear. I think that's the narrative we're going to have to look at once more. Duxta versus Nate, now on different heroes, right? Previously this was a Sojourn matchup. Now Nate trying to look to flex things up. Is it going to make any difference to this hit scan battle?
We're going to find out very shortly here. The payload is beginning its approach once more. Looking at the ultimates, Delaware is at the advantage here for the moment, but Hydra is building up very close. Nate is about to get their Bob available to them as well just popped up, and so now waiting for the opportune moment to actually be able to use it and find a good time in order to make that happen. The Kitsune rush comes in from Juno. No sound barrier from Noodles just yet to be able to save them from that. Unfortunately, Ideal Warrior not landing the javelin they needed to, but they do have a Terra Surge, and Noodles B comes up just in the nick of time to make sure that the team is able to survive through that. We heard a Pulse Bomb go through from Hydra, and Ideal Warrior is going to be the one to eliminate it. Ideal Warrior falls, but Bob comes out to try and save the day and try to go for as long as they can. But unfortunately for this Robot Butler, sent right back away. It's not going to be looking out too well for them. But the Pulse Bomb from Pop 36,000 takes on Blemothy.
Really messy team fight here. Our team really able to execute on their win conditions, and then we just have a really even fight now. Currently in the favor of Delaware, Blemothy going down. Tennessee just going to back off for now. No ultimates for Delaware in this next team fight though, so they've actually created an opening Camp Tennessee, right? Where you have 3 really good ultimates here: Kitsune Rush, Annihilation, and Overclock. I'm looking towards the Duckster, sorry, at the end of this team fight. What could you do with this Overclock, son?
We're going to be finding out very shortly. If it's Duckster, we're not going to be expecting anything less than absolute murdering, and that's exactly what we're going to see here with the loss of Ideal Warrior. They're going to back away for a second and rely on the rest of the team to be able to do in some of that work.
See
Delaware playing smart.
You see there? I think, oh, they find him! Oh no!
No way you can go.
Yeah,
only so much you can do as Ash.
And I don't think they're going to get another team fight.
They're going to try their best to make sure that they can get this. But Blemothy, there's really no ultimates from UTK, so there's a possibility that Delaware might be able to get something. It's going to be a lot more difficult now that Juno falls, but at the very least, he traded out onto Paravir. So at this very last bit of meters, less than 1 meter left to go, Ideal Warrior falls. That's it, Duckstup. Always the savior to make things happen.
Yep, 1 minute 6 of the clock as well, which means if University of Delaware capture all 3 points in overtime, it means they won't get another chance to attack, and Tennessee will at least secure a draw from the map. Lots of action there, Sam Talks. Let's breathe. Let's take a step back. Let's talk about some Overwatch. So we just had Season 3 patch. What excites you the most in the Season 3 patch?
I'm going to be honest. It's just, well, first of all, you know, we've had all of the cool new events that are coming out, right? My thing I'm looking forward to most, of course, Overwatch. I think that is brilliant from the side of Blizzard. But I think here, you know, we're in the competitive scene, right? Ocean, we talk a lot about the collegiate side of things. And of course, some of these collegiate teams, they tend to want to go on to the next level. And I think with what Blizzard's doing as well, with the, of course, reveal of the Pro-Am, these college teams had to be salivating at the opportunities here.
Oh yeah, so there's a lot more motivation now for players in and around the Tier 2, Tier 3 level. I'm not sure we have too many of them around here. Maybe a couple of these players we might see around that level in the future, right? But you have a lot more motivation now. Right, you're not relying on some Tier 1 franchise teams' scouting abilities. You're not relying on your marketing presence. You should go and compete yourself. Exactly. And I think this is a big motivation for a lot of players from any level of play, that you can now have a straight path up to the top.
We went from basically being kind of hopeless on what is going to be happening and how you can get there to having all of the possibilities open to you. Now, for University of Delaware, I don't anticipate that they're going to be taking this as fast as Tennessee did, especially considering what Hydra did in the literal first 5 seconds of the doors opening and everything happening here. Now, we're seeing Hydra back on the Torbjorn once more. And Ocean, you talked a lot last week about how you like the fact that Hydra plays on this Torbjorn.
I like the idea. I mean, you get to cancel out a lot of angles. You're going to be really, really irritating to people like Todd. Unfortunately, Delaware just walked past it. They just walked past the Torp turret, didn't even care, just forced the brawl, and won out the team point.
Okay, so not as fast as Tennessee, but still fast enough. Very fast, I would say. And now they get to start escorting the payload. Where Tennessee met a little bit of troubles in the middle, Delaware is going to have to make sure they don't if they want to meet that time bank that Tennessee has, that 1 minute and 6 seconds.
So it looks like Delaware are trying to force a lot of brawls, right? So you're going to have Nate in there as well. So you're going to lose out in some senses of having a DPS on an off angle. It looks like they're forcing it into these brawls, so that's the approach they're taking. So you're kind of left with Pod as your only DPS inside space, right? Annoying other teams' resources. And with Hydra being around, that's going to be extremely difficult. I'm interested to see how Delaware take this next team fight. I imagine they're going to walk up to the high ground and try and force something soon.
Hopefully that's what we're going to be seeing from them. Right now, they're middling on the streets of Paraiso. University of Tennessee, rather than waiting, are going to go back down onto the ground themselves. Not really expecting that they were going to go up there, like you said, Delaware, but indeed they are. And so Delaware, the one thought is, where is everybody?
I mean, the question is, how do you like stop Tennessee making those rotations? I don't think you can, right? Because you've got Hydra blocking the science space off of Pod, and you've got Duckster, who's kind of just a free gamer right now, able to do whatever they want. I think this nade switch onto the Hanzo is proving to be a test for Delaware and themselves. I think this is something they might have shot themselves in the foot with here on point B.
It's really, what are you really trying to get out of this Hanzo if you're not landing your shots? Pod 36,000 at the very least able to take up the mantle and take out Ducksta. Now inside of the Kitsune rushes, we're going to see the beat from Hybrid to keep them alive. Noodles doesn't quite have theirs up yet. Might be expending it here shortly. Indeed, so there it is to make sure that Calamity is able to stay alive, but you lost Hydra in that meantime. Ideal Warrior needs to get out of there. Now we're going to see the Dragons come forth. Calamity inside of the Annihilation has been annihilated themselves by Nate, who has really been making this Hanzo work for themselves now.
Yep. I feel bad for calling out the Hanzo pick now. In fairness, it wasn't a great start to the team fight, right? You just kind of got opened up by Paul getting onto the back of Duckster, right? Which left a lot more free space for Paul to work around later in the fight, and Nate as well. Nate taking the most, or the best advantage possible out of that team fight, and all the space that he had, and getting some kills near the end. And Duckster's in a lot of trouble here.
Duckster thought that they had that in the bag, but Nate 12 was reinforced by the rest of the team that came in and helped them out there. Now we're going to see the Terra Surge come forward, but now Nate is finally starting to pop off. They're landing some incredibly sick headshots, winning out in some very pivotal team fights where they needed them to rise to the occasion. Indeed, so they are.
Delaware are playing incredibly direct right now and forcing a lot of these brawls. I wonder if the fact that they're playing this brawl and eliminating a lot of the side space anyways is eliminating Hydra's value on the Torbjorn, and maybe that's going to have to be something that changes in a second. And maybe even you might want to just stop brawling altogether if you're Tennessee and get rid of the Remacher as well. Maybe something like a Winston might be something to consider.
Oh, speaking of go time, it is indeed go time from Duckster, already two, taking out both of the supports, and that is everything that they needed. A very, very good moment too, because Juno had that Kitsune rush in the pocket. Could have been the end of the round here for UTK.
So there's all those strategies I was talking about, right, where you could switch to Winston, maybe bypass the back line, you can maybe switch up the Torbjorn to stop rolling. You could, alternatively, just let Duckster kill everything. It's an effective strategy. I've seen it in action before. And, yeah. It was a good fight for Duckster.
It really is just such a powerful thing that you can do. All right, now we're going to have the brawl once more. And it's going to be the Molten Core coming in from Hydra. Oh, okay, Hydra. Okay, Hydra. You've set them all ablaze. We get it. You know, Dux is good. So are you.
Yep, good team fight. Unfortunately, no DPS ultimate might play for Tennessee, but I think they have this luxury of having the Kitsune rush, which is going to allow them to build up those ultimates faster. The problem is in this next team fight, they're in a lot of trouble, right? Because Delaware have two support ultimates, right? So they're going to build up their other ultimates in the team fight. They've got a lot more freedom as Delaware to work with here in this next one.
She's definitely going to have to be a little scared, though, for UTK. All right, let's see what those dragons are going to do here. Oh, my gosh, it catches Baravir out. They were not expecting that. Blamity took a lot of damage from being inside of it as well. Now we're going to see the Pulse Bomb. These DPS ultimates were so pivotal, and they were used so perfectly.
They're not going to get back out, are they, to UTK? I mean, they do, but the Terra Surge is waiting for the Baravir goes down. They didn't even use the Kitsune rush. And Delaware match UTK's attack with an even better one.
Score.
That was a tall order for Delaware to meet UTK in the time bank, first of all. But to not only meet them, to surpass them in a very generous amount as well, almost 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock more. That is a testament to how well Delaware has been playing and how these two teams are definitely number 1 and 2.
Yeah, I definitely can see why. No, I think they've been very, very good. I mean, Delaware, I remember watching that series against William Mary. Obviously, William Mary just kind of had the unique show in and around the early season, right? And obviously, that's not an option anymore. And UTK are unbeaten right now, and I think this Delaware team's going to be their biggest test.
And at the very least, I think, too, if I remember the statistics correctly, I don't think Tennessee has dropped very many maps. I don't think they've even dropped one so far. And for Delaware to be able to, at the very least, even if they lose out tonight, if they are able to take Para-ESO to give that black eye to Tennessee to show that the Titan, this Goliath, does have weaknesses, well, that could be something that Delaware can use for momentum going into the future, especially when we start setting our sights on the grand finals. for this stage, for this season. So though,
100%.
let's go. Yep.
I'm going to pass you the mic quickly back here, because Hydra's on the Widowmaker and might hit a shot.
If I were Delaware, you don't give them the opportunity.
Just don't even look at it. Just don't even go anywhere. Look where they were playing. They were playing so deep. I respect it, to be honest. And it on the Hanzo still. That's a big surprise.
I guess they like it. I guess they think that they got a lot out of it. And let's be honest, you know, Ocean, we were doubtful of them, and they were able to get something out of it. And really, they did get a lot here. Paraveer, the first to die, the first to fall, but Hyper is going to be traded out. And it seems like Duxa is finding their footing once more. They're able to get some kills. It's still back and forth as Duxa finally does fall by Pod 36,000. UTK still has numbers on the field, and with a Pod just came in big.
You know, I haven't talked about Pod's match this series. There we go. I speak for a living, by the way. Pod has just had these random highlight reel clips, like just randomly within this series. The double pulse bomb, the triple pulse bomb, that triple kill. Pod is just like a random player who just gets these amazing plays every now and then, and I heckin' love it.
I do too. A lot of what they've been able to do is some of the insane pulse bombs that they're capable of landing. Here's the thing though, Ideal Warrior falls, but so does Noodles. You've lost your tank. UTK has lost their main support. It's unbelievable though. Even with all of these losses, they're still able to hold on. They're still able to push forward. Another pulse bomb actually lands onto Blamethy. The only one left is Hydra. Delaware somehow does it.
Pod and Juno, stand up. Stand from your desk. Give yourselves a pat on the back. That was an excellent hold. Save from the brink by two motivated Delaware players. Just talked about it. We didn't talk about Pod much, and I think we're going to have to take that one back, because that was an awesome team fight from the Tracer player.
Saved the day. I mean, at the end, right? Pod, and with of course the help from Juno landing some insanely good kills of their own, but that 2 kills that they needed to get, UTK just could not find out where they were, and then landing. That was the pivotal thing, landing the stick onto Blamethy, who could have had enough health to be able to survive, roll around, and get back on the point. They fell. And once that happened, it was just over.
UTK, if they want to hold on and keep their 1-0 lead, or any lead in this series, they're going to have to hold 1 tick of Parieso for 2 minutes and 45 seconds. That's a long time, right? Theoretically, Delaware could just build up ultimates. I guess you have to use ultimates to force ultimates, right? So this is very doable for Tennessee, but it's going to be a long task ahead. And something that's really interesting here is Duxter has had enough of the Sojourn as well. Big surprise here.
I guess for our DPS players, Nate and Duxa, the Sojourn is just not fun anymore. They wanna go on to greener pastures and really have fun with the Season 3 changes that have been coming in. And of course, you know, we saw some buffs to Cassidy, a little bit stronger. The damage fall off not as harsh as it once was, and so potential to use it there. And a surprise buff we've seen some surprise buffs. I think the biggest surprising one was, of course, buff to Lucio, but still. It's rotating onto point. Delaware in control of the high ground for just a little bit longer. Hydra wants to build up towards getting that Dragon Blade as quickly as they possibly can. Right now, it's just the 2 teams staring at each other.
Yeah, both teams just kind of setting up for the team fight. Nate gets picked off as the setup begins, though.
There it is. But still a lot of time.
2 minutes. 45 seconds off the clock, I guess, for Tennessee's perspective, right? That's a good amount of time. Pod in the backline right now, by the way, just trying to get on. Pod dies here. That's another good amount of time off the clock, but I think Pod's safe back with the team, and Delaware can try and set up again once more.
Also, too, had to wonder if Nate wants to use the Hanzo to be able to gather vision using the sonar arrows, but that could be a discussion for another time. We're just waiting, and it seems like Delaware, yeah, they just want to build up ultimates. There could be a little bit of shakiness going on here as well. You're so close to being able to take on UTK in a very pivotal moment, but still, though, with the massive time bank that they have, the time is running out. That was a really good magnetic stick, but completely undone by the rewind. Duxa is about to have the Deadeye available to them. At the very least, you can zone out and buy Tennessee just a little bit more time.
Nice.
You don't need to, though. Get a kill on the pod.
Hydra goes down as well, though, so it's Trader out, and Dux is in a perilous position now. Stays on and holds on to his life for just a little bit longer. And actually, look here, Shazam, we've got some support ultimates online for Delaware. This could be their opening. Noodles hasn't got anywhere close to that zone barrier yet.
You could also use the dragons completely cut off Tennessee from the rest of each other. That is an important kill that you need to get onto Duxton. And now inside of the Terror Surge, it indeed seems like the wait for ultimate strategy for Delaware is working out big time here. The Annihilation is only able to catch one, and now you're gonna have to see Hydra pop off with the blades, but they're not able to. Delaware ties this series up 1-1 on Para-ESO.
Nicely played fight there. I was just looking at what they were waiting for, and then suddenly, a ching moment, Delaware both their support ultimates. Noodles was at 80%, and then it was go time for University of Delaware, and it was also map win time for University of Delaware.
This has been this has been a series and a half, and we're only just finishing up game 2. So I think Ocean, you and I need a small break, first of all, to catch our breaths, maybe give the teams themselves a little bit of time to really process what just happened there. So we'll be right back. It's been a ringer of a series so far, but we are just 1-1 between our two teams, University of Delaware and University of Tennessee. Now we set our sights, going on to the third map, where we're feeling good about how things are looking, but still a possibility as New Queen Street be opening up the doorways for both of our teams to take the lead.
I haven't actually, you know what's crazy? I haven't watched New Queen Street in a long time.
Really?
So, I've been working with a bunch of Irish players, right, and watching scrims. I haven't watched New Queen Street in what feels like 3 years. Obviously, it isn't 3 years because we only got New Queen Street last year, right? But it feels like a long time. I've been watching more Esperanza because that was our best control map, and I've been watching a little bit of Colosseo because last week we had Colosseo in the map pool. So honestly, I don't have too much idea of what to expect here. One hero that I actually do like here a lot that got buffed recently is Soldier 76. I feel like there's lots of off angles you can take with that hero. I wonder if either of our teams will bring it out.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting to see Soldier 76 coming back into the forefront, especially after some of the shining that he did have at the very beginning of Overwatch 2. To be able to have that hero at the forefront once again. And New Queen Street, I think, like you said, Ocean, affords them the ability to be able to do that. A lot of different angles that you can take with that hero and a lot of ways that you can get in and out quickly. Of course, the amazing tactical visor really can help you set yourself up for success. Now, I agree with you. It's been a long time since I've seen New Queen Street myself. It just seems like it's either Colosseo or Esperanza, and teams have a choice. It typically goes to Esperanza. And so, like you, no idea what to expect for New Queen Street. But it seems like Nate sticking with that Hanzo. If it worked once, it can work again.
I feel like they're just comfortable on it. Yes, I've doubted it. I do think the Sojourn and some other heroes may have more value, but what you can't deny is there's results, and Nate is getting results in the Hanzo, so I think it's perfectly safe for them to play it. Both teams running the Orisa. Again, a little bit surprised, but both teams are comfortable on it, and it seems to be that we are in a test of the Titans between these two teams. No team wants to make a move away from comfort, away from what they know works, because this is such an important matchup.
It really is, and it's going to be the determining factor for UTK if they're able to keep up that undefeated streak, or for Delaware to take down this indomitable Goliath that has been in front of them this entire time. And now for Duxis, skirting around that pillar. They are being bullied by Pod, and same thing for Nate, just the damage comes back right into their faces, so you really had to keep an eye on these traces. But the initiation from Ideal Warrior, the aggressiveness that comes out from this tank to get into the face of UTK, you can tell that Ideal Warrior is just so comfortable in how they like to play around with their Orisa so far. Pod, dangerously low, but is able to go back up into their help. It's just a back and forth between these two teams.
Yep, fighting for the high ground now, fighting for the low ground. It's also a little bit messy, and I feel like the pressure of the situation is getting to both these teams right now as Duxter finds the opening blow.
And there we have it. It seems like that opening blow is going to be the opening that they need, as Duxter gets another one on top of that, and Pod no longer the terror of the town as this Chasers Hydra takes them down.
You know, I'm going to play it safe. Do you remember we had that incident on Parisa where I was like, Hydra is going to do lots with the Echo, Roy, and it's going to do lots in the next. I'm going to play it safe and say Hydra as the post spawn for this next team fight. Yes, there's two support ultimates on the enemy team, but Pod also has a post spawn. And I want to see what resources these Tracers can force out for their DPS later in the fight, because Duxter versus Nate, it's rounds, however many rounds we've been to between these two.
We're going to see what happens inside of these countering Kitsune rushes, and now the beats have been drawn out. And on top of that, the Overclock and the Dragon. So this is just Ultimate City. Ideal Warrior is the first to use that Terra Surge. Duxter was just in there a little bit too deep, but down they go. Hydra is going to make sure that nothing else bad is going to be happening to this team, as they are getting the kills one after another.
Pod just got another kill onto the Paraveer in the back, right? I was meant to say the Kirik on the back, and then I wanted to say Paraveer and highlight the player, because Paraveer's been, I guess, cool in this series. I wanted to give them respect, and I just realised now I've just given them respect as they died late in the fight. Lucky mate, sorry. Nate gets a kill on the Noodles, and it's going to force University of Tennessee to back off as they get the checkpoint and confirm their earlier respawns.
Indeed so, and I think for Nate right now, even though they were able to get that pick right there, it just seems like they haven't been able to get as much out of this DPS role that Duxter has been getting so far on the Sojourn, and I'm wondering if still wanting to stick with the Hanzo is the correct choice here.
On the feet. Terrorsaurs, they want to get it set up, but they took a lot of poke damage here and just keep getting forced back. And they don't really too many tools to get in. No, they're just going to walk in. They're just going to go for the Terrorsaurs right now.
Oh, they get pooped away though, and the protection Suzu is going to make sure that Ideal Warrior takes no damage. But like they were able to get out of there. Paraveer is going to take a little break there, take a couple of pod shots from Pod, who's going to finish them off. That does not have a recall, so he's playing just a little bit safer here. But as you can see through the kill feed, well, you take A's gone anyways.
Yep, and that's a really important team fight for University of Delaware, because that means those respawns that favor Tennessee are gone. The earlier respawns that you get and unlock from the checkpoint, those disappear for a little bit for University of Tennessee, and Delaware now have an opportunity to respond. They also have a small opening that's going to unravel later in this team fight, where their support ultimates are going to be up earlier than UTK's, and this is going to be a big opening and a really important part of this series. Hyper and Juno have the keys right now to potentially just seal this map. Oh no, Hyper's dead! Those keys are gone, he's lost them, he's dropped them on the floor!
Unbelievable stick from Hydra to be able to land that onto Hyper, but now Pod is trying to return the favor with getting rid of Duxa, but it's just not able to do it like, I mean, Hydra was able to. And back and forth right now, I mean, Ocean, this has been the talk of the town for this entire series, is how these two teams keep going at each other's throats.
Oh yeah, no, it's a real test for both of these teams. A really important series, the top two here in the EGFC right now, and this is really important. Hydra coming out at a really good moment as well, because this means that those support ultimates, that advantage that Delaware had, it's gone. It's now an even support ultimate battle for this next team fight.
And so now we're seeing Delaware just immediately back away and make sure that they respect the Kitsune rush. Pod lands the stick onto Duxta. And so both of these tracers are at the very least making some very pivotal sticks here as Nate gets another headshot onto Noodles. And now it's just going to be a tear through as Pod is hunting down Hydra.
What's occurring to me in this series, right, is we had this kind of moment on certain maps where it was Nate versus Duxter, so especially in our first two. But on maps like this, where there's lots of open space and we have two really good technical tracer players, I think this is where they're going to shine. And now we're starting to see a matchup of Hydra versus Pod, and each fight they're trading blow for blow and blow for blow. And I'm really, really excited to see how these two tracer players start to try and get competitive towards the end of this map, where it really, really is going to be critical that they get value.
It could be indeed. Now we're going to see the Dragons come forward. Hydra just going to walk right into them, unfortunately, and so down they go. Now it's time to push once more if you're going to be Delaware. Duxus still does have that overclock in their pocket, but thankfully for Hyper, they do have that sound barrier to completely negate it if they need to. But for right now, it seems like Tennessee just wants to back away. Terror Surge comes in! And there it is, the Noodles beat. The sound barrier comes forward to make sure that they're able to stay alive, but now Hyper is going to use the sound barrier of their own. Things are getting a little dicey, but you can see how low Blamity and Duxa both are, and you see that Ideal Warrior completely gets rid of the pulse bomb from Hydra.
You know, I was thinking about this in a dream last night. Yes, I was dreaming about me thinking about this, right? About pulse bomb and the javelin spear interaction. I think that would look really cool in real life, just a javelin like bursting open a pulse bomb. And it did look really cool in that scenario, so my dreaming and my thinking was right. Well done me. As Duxter is going to be the player I highlight for this next team fight. Overclock online, not too much to deal with it. Let's see how Duxter performs.
All right, they're going to go right in. You can see that Delaware is not going to give this Sojourn an opportunity to be able to pop off of that overclock. I say that though, but Pod gives it all away. And of course, Duxter takes advantage of it.
Yep. The hero that Tennessee needed, and probably the hero they deserve. I don't know what the behavior of Tennessee's been like this year.
All right, Kitsune rushes from Paraveer. Juno is still going to hold on to theirs, but Pod is going to take out Paraveer. And so now just a little bit less healing for the side of Tennessee, but there goes Juno. This is back and forth right now. This is bloody as can be. No team really has the advantage over each other except for that stick from Pod. How do you keep doing this, Pod?
Paul gets us another kill. This is just the moment where, you know, Paul just decides that the map is theirs, right? UTK, did they get the early respawns there? I'm not sure if they get it past the check. They didn't. So Delaware have an opportunity here where they're going to get a lot of cart progress here, or bot progress, and they're going to potentially have an opportunity to take the lead. Blamafy identifies this opportunity, and it is a critical moment in this series, and Blamafy decides they need to make a change, and I quite like the change. The idea of the Winston here is just to bypass the Orisa, get out some cool rounds from the back line.
All right, you're gonna send the Dragons out into the back line. Hydra caught in it again. And so now Blamity completely separated from the rest of the group, can't do anything. And so now Delaware gets control of the forward spawns once more and begins their push to tie things up.
I think this is it. I think they're gonna get it. There is that critical moment. The yellow line has been passed, and the lead is now University of Delaware's. And I mean, with the respawn advantage now, pick on the power of here. They could probably try and control the rest of this map. This could be done. They probably won't finish the map, but they have the tools to go and win this map. With the time barrier, they can stall. With the respawn advantage, they can stall. But sorry, is in trouble with Blamity getting on the back line.
Oh, Blamity, it looks like the switch over to the tank was indeed the right call for them. Hydra does have the pulse bomb available. With the loss of Duxta, might not need it, though, because, yeah, everybody else is dying. It's all good. It's all good. Restabilize, we're good. But still, though, Ocean, Delaware in the lead. They got 96 meters on the board now.
So in this situation, I think Tennessee probably need to win like 2.5 fights, right? You can probably win 2 fights and 1 pickoff, right? They've got probably 5 ultimates to do it with. Delaware also will probably have 5 ultimates in this 1 minute plus overtime period of time. Blamity stuck is in a lot of trouble. Oh, side barrier needed. And you probably wanted to save that one for later. Blamity, critical mistake there. In a critical moment.
And he's trying to keep them away. Now Duxa inside of the overclock. Hyper does still have their sound barrier, electing not to use it, however. They feel more confident in the fact that the team is going to be able to stay alive through that. And indeed so, they are actually going to be able to stay through it. The one to fall is going to be Hydra. It's going to be followed shortly by Noodles. And now Duxa trying to do whatever they can. Ideal Warrior so dangerously low. Thanks to the Blamity efforts of inside of that Primal Rage is able to move them around. But really, how much are you going to be able to get out of this with only 30 seconds left on the clock?
You got to get out of there, Blamity. Blamity's so low. If they chase him down, it might be over. Blamity's going to respawn with maybe 10 seconds left. Is that going to be enough time to get to the bot and get another team fight? I'm not so sure.
I'm not so sure either. This is
low as well. They're in a lot of trouble here, UTK. It's not done yet, but it's going to be difficult to get a team fight.
And Delaware is about to have almost all of their ultimates on board. Pod is very close to getting theirs up. Nate very close as well. UTK only has the Kitsune Rush right now. That is the only one they have. And so now it is going to be the battle of the Kitsune Rushes. But of course, you still have the Terror Surge on your side as well. And if need be, Hydra is going to be able to use the sound barrier. But Pod is not going to be caught inside of it. And so down they fall to the hands of Hydra, their mirror. This is going to be where it all breaks loose. Duxa, the DPS hero who's been able to do so much here, down falls. But at the very least, we're able to do enough damage onto Hyper. But now Nate! Switching over onto the Soldier and inside of the overclock, this is going to be massive for them if they're going to be able to pull this off here. But it was just them being swarmed inside of this overtime. It is back and forth, but Pod 36,000. We know what this DPS is capable of. We know what they can do. And University of Delaware now in the lead against UTK.
UTK 2-1 down and losing a series for the first time this season. Their unbeaten record is under threat. That it's from their rivals, the second place team right now, University of Delaware. They're looking for that top spot, and they're doing it with some aggression.
I gotta tell you, Ocean, this is the series I think that we were wanting. This is the first match of the evening, and what a way to start off this evening. These two Titans, actual Titans, are literally neck and neck. They are exchanging blow for blow. And we saw the UTK. We know what they're capable of. But it's literally what we were talking about in Lijiang Tower. They have such a strong start, but they kind of peter out towards the end. And that's where Delaware really starts to catch up with their steam. This is where they really start to be able to find their footing. And with every single consecutive map that we've had so far, Delaware just keeps going and going and going.
I think this game has been blow for blow. I think each player is kind of matching each other. But I think what Delaware has right now over Tennessee, just kind of while you were speaking there, I was trying to think about what's happened over the course of this series. I think in the most important team fights, the most critical moments, like for example, Blamity going low and they have to use the sound barrier later on in that series, that new Queen Street map. I think in the critical moments, that's when Delaware is outshining UTK, and I think that's where they're getting these map wins.
I think so too. It's Delaware, a team above, a step above everything. Now we get to go to the first of our Nepal maps. We'll see if we need to go to Nepal, or if Delaware is able to put UTK into the ground and take away that undefeated title, or if UTK still has some bark left in them and some bite to go along with it. Shambali Monastery is where we are going to find out very shortly.
So I have watched this map about twice in competitive Overwatch, right? I maybe watched it once in scrims and one competitive match of it. This map reminds me a lot of Havana, where you can brawl a lot, and you can also poke a lot. Sigma and Ramatra or Eraser, kind of the heroes I expect here. Where Sigma, kind of like the similar vibe to Circuit Royale or Junker Time, where you just kind of poke from afar, let your snipers do the work, and let your supports play from afar as well, and rotate them around the map. Or you could just force a brawl. I think it's possible to do that. There's a lot of cover here, lots of chokes here. I feel like both teams here, we're going to see probably the Eraser or the Sigma. I'm not sure which, probably Eraser, but if one of these teams has practiced this like a Circuit Royale or a Junker Time, do not be surprised to see the Sigma here.
Yeah, I think the high ground that snakes around throughout this entire map, you can be able to take much advantage of. And what I'm also interested to see here is how Pod is going to operate. I'm more than likely going to be on that Tracer once more, and this is the perfect map to be able to do it on. Shambali Monastery, giving you so many options to have those flank maneuvers that I wonder how UTK is going to be able to answer. And so far, Pod has really kind of just been the surprise, I think, of this entire matchup with that Tracer, being able to land some very pivotal sticks time and time again that has opened the doors wide open for Delaware to be able to not only get back into the fight, but take the lead sometimes.
You know what I've really liked about Pod's performance is at times in this series, Pod has had challenges like Hydra going over the Torbjorn to compete for that side space. But even still, Pod is having these moments where it kind of comes into this factor, right, of Delaware being better in these critical moments, right? Where, you know, there was this moment on Pariesa that kind of switched the momentum of the series for me, where Pod is getting kind of ousted out by this Torbjorn. But in this critical team fight, Pod goes and just kills Duckster. And then from there, Pod has just had these moments throughout the series. Also had some really good moments on Lijiang. Maybe not in the most critical of times, but some really good moments in highlight clips. But Pod has had these moments where every single time I've looked that Delaware need a kill to get something, Pod has provided that kill. And that's been a really, really impressive thing that you don't see from many players at this sort of level of Overwatch. And Pod, every single time Delaware's needed a kill, has provided one. And I think that's something to keep an eye on.
And we do indeed see, actually here, the Ramatras come out for both of the teams.
Okay, well, I did say Ramatra, but I thought both teams, if they were going to try and force a brawl, they would go for the Eraser, right? Because that's what we've seen over the course of the series. So it looks like both teams opting for Ramatra. Delaware, the defense, opting for the double sniper, though. So they've got the Lucio Kiriko with the Ramatra for the brawl aspect, and then just a double sniper. Maybe they were just poking out a spawn. Okay, Nate's just keeping the Hanzo, and Pod's going over the Tracer after some poking. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. UTK looking to hold the high ground. Delaware look like they don't care about the high ground. They're just going to push the objective and try and take the little choke around the outside, kind of later on in point A. Interesting.
Indeed so, and really at this moment it's just looking across each other as the payload continues its march forward. It looks like Pod is going to be the one to hide out around there and continue to make sure that payload is going to be pushed, but now we're going to see UTK finally getting onto the side and actually contest against Delaware. But for right now, there it is. The first kill comes in, Blamanthy to take out Nate. Poor Hanzo just can't seem to be able to find any arrows onto the heads of their enemies. But still, Delaware not giving up.
Delaware staying in this team fight, but I don't think that's a wise move. I think we back up before any sort of ultimate charges. Oh, maybe not. Pod's just come up with a really good kill on the Duckster, and that might open things up. Maybe not in this fight, but later on. I'm not sure, actually. I think it's time to leave the team fight, time to back up, because otherwise you're just going to give UTK some more advantages than you think that you're giving them.
Yeah, exactly. At the very least, for Delaware, UTK does have to back up and wait for the reinforcements, and so this could be an opportunity for Delaware to really push the envelope and see where exactly they're going to be able to get this payload. Shambali Monastery might also still be a map that both of these teams aren't quite comfortable on. Maybe haven't been able to figure it out. Still one of the most relatively new Overwatch maps, so that's something to keep in the back of your head as well. As you can kind of see that these two teams are still kind of the movement is a little bit all over the place, to say the least.
Good kill from Dux to open things up on the Pod. Gives them a little bit of an opportunity to walk forward. If the ultimates are even, you're looking for these plays in the VPS to secure these kills, and Duxter provides once more.
Indeed so. Looking at the ultimates, Tennessee About to have that 5 on the board. Delaware, though, not too far behind, but they're just going to have to contend with that against Tennessee.
I think you're just going to have to match ultimate for ultimate. Use an ultimate to force an ultimate, and eventually what your win con's going to be is probably either your sound barrier or this annihilation, right? Like, both teams are going to be trying to set up these Ramachas in this next team fight. They both have many tools to do it. I'm not sure how both teams are going to approach it. It's going to make for a fascinating one indeed.
At that time that was happening there, the first of the pulse bombs comes out from Pod, but no kills are going to be happening. Now we have the counter. Kitsune rushes, but no beats are going to be met there. Day gets a double kill, and now the annihilation from Ideal Warrior to start throwing some fists time after time, and that is going to be able to secure the payload for Delaware.
You know, I don't think I've seen that many Dragon Strike kills in a team fight in Overwatch 2. Like, I know it's 2, right? I know it's 2 Dragon Strike kills, right? I know people probably grab Dragon and stuff, but it's really rare to see a vanilla Dragon Strike get that many kills. Nate has found so much value with that ultimate that it's rare to see that, and I'm really shocked at how much value they're getting. They're cutting the opposing team in half every single time, and you know what? Credit where credit's due. It's getting a lot of value.
Yeah, it's like every single time Nate throws one out, at the very least they're able to get one. And like you said, cutting off the map is also something huge that you get out of the Dragon Strike as well, but the ability to be able to come up with 1 and sometimes even 2 just really goes to show that Nate is very comfortable on this hero, and so far the reason why we've been seeing them want to play this hero as opposed to the Tracer. Now, Ideal Warrior is going to take out Hydra, but Duxta has popped the overclock. Nate is a little bit scared, so that's where, indeed so, the sound barrier coming in from Hyper is going to give them that sustainability and completely negate what Duxta is able to do here. And in fact, you see them forced all the way back, and so Delaware getting all of this free space.
Yeah, but you're kind of walking into this is difficult in Shimai. This little choke here, right? It's so tight. Yes, maybe you can send Pod around the back to try and force resources, but this little area here is so hard to push at the attacking team. Maybe you're just gonna wait for Nate's Dragon Strike once more. Yep, that's exactly what they're waiting for.
Yep, goes right out, splits off the rest of the team, and you can see exactly right down the middle. And so what happens for Delaware? They go right in there to make sure that they're able to get this. The kills are coming through for Delaware once more. Ideal Warrior is able to hold on to that annihilation for the next fight. The point B for Delaware.
They're using Dragon Strike as like an engagement tool, which is great and everything, right? And it's setting up these team fights really well, and it probably explains why they're winning team fights with the Dragon Strike, right? Because they're winning team fights by splitting the opposition and then becoming aggressive on a target, right? That's a basic concept that we've learned throughout all Overwatch. It doesn't explain why the Dragon Strike's getting kills, though. People just walking into them. I would like to see the replays after. I want to see the codes.
It has to be. It has to be something as simple as that, because there was that moment where Hydra was like a mile away from one of the Dragon Strikes and still ended up getting killed by it. So it could be just as simple as that, Ocean. Now we're going to see Paravir using the Kitsune Rush, but for the moment, it's just going to be Delaware respecting it and walking away, pressing S and not choosing to engage inside of it. Now Ideal Warrior being able to find their footing is now going to be able to have their Kitsune Rush from Juno. And this seems like it's going to be just that little bit better as Paravir falls. Ideal Warrior holding on to that annihilation for dear life. Nate looking for an opportunity to purchase with some headshots on this Hanzo, but not able to find it. Okay, there it is. Okay, okay.
Wow. That Nate versus Duxta matchup that we highlighted at the start of the series, it's very, very swiftly going in Nate's favor right now.
If you're able to land shots like that, it's just so much better. Oh! You get the kill onto Hyper in the middle of them actually setting off the sound barrier. That's going to be huge from Duxta. That's a double overclock kill. Has been able to find so much value.
Duxta didn't like me speaking about him like that, did he?
Nope, nope.
No, did not enjoy that one, did he? Right, so next team fight, no support ultimates. So you kind of lean towards Hydra's Dragon Blade being the win con here. But both teams have annihilation up. I think that makes their team fights being extremely messy. So I think for both of these teams, it might be safer to invest in their Ramachas, right?
Oh, it might be, but you're not going to be able to invest in a dead Ramacha that is Ideal Warrior. And you can tell that Nate wanted to use the Dragon Strike to be able to enable Ideal Warrior to do something inside of the annihilation. Just not going to be able to do it now.
Duxta, so I must be trying to extend, get a little bit more ult charge and a little bit more value, maybe a kill. I think that's always worth it, right? Especially when you have a hero like Sojourn with such high burst, right? Try and chase, get one more kill, stagger out your opponents. There's only 1 minute 10 left on the clock right now. And a longer team fight, I think we're again just going to look towards those matchups and how these teams set them up for those annihilations.
There it is. Blamethy is now going to be the one. Wait a minute. Oh, shit.
No. No.
Okay.
Okay, we're good.
So though, you got a little bit of extra meters out of it, but if that were to happen right there, we just had to shut everything down.
No, the stream would be over. Actually, EGF would be cancelled.
Yeah.
And just like the company's just plot but gone. Nobody has a job anymore. I don't have a gig on Thursdays, and we're all sad, right? Good Annihilation from Blamafeet. Set up from UTK. I was worried the fact that we're investing so heavily in the Annihilation, they might not touch the point. But now, Delaware have an opportunity of their own to use their Annihilation.
Hopefully this might actually work out a little bit better for them. Ideal Warrior inside of the Kitsune Rush needs to use it, but guess what's happening in the meantime? In your backline, Hydra and a Blade and a Dream is going to be able to find Hyper. And for Delaware, with the time running out, so too is their chances of being able to grab this point. And now Noodles inside of the sound barrier is going to be able to pop that off. Duxton now using the overclock. It's still kind of back and forth right now, but once again, Juno sends out the Kitsune Rush. What does Duxton do? They kill that support before anything was happening there. Hyper, in the meantime, though, at the very least was able to get off the sound barrier. But at this stage, Ocean just delaying the inevitable, I think.
Yeah, I think this is done. And Duxton getting 2 critical kills later on there. But gonna get some credit to Hydra. That Dragon Blade earlier in the team fight, taking out Hyper, was the critical. They led to an awesome third point hold for UTK.
0-2. Switching.
Okay, UTK still has a chance to be able to win out here on Shimbali Monastery, and of course, take us into our final map. This is, of course, the #1 undefeated team, and so they are not going to go down without the most fiercest of fights, and we saw it on prime display here. And I really have to say, Ocean, I think that really came down to that one kill onto Hyper from Duxta that prevented the sound barrier from popping off.
And the Ajax? Yep. Yeah, sick. No, I know we're at a really critical moment, right? Top 2 teams, Delaware potentially winning the series. But I just drank a bit of water and had water get stuck in my teeth. Is that normal? That's not normal, right?
I don't think it. How does the water get stuck in the teeth?
It made a way. I tried, I literally, my tooth, tried to get it out, and it made a noise as well.
I guess it could be like some sort of suction, maybe, or like something hydroviscosity or something. I don't know.
That was too big of a word to use on this podcast, and you know it.
I know.
I have no clue what that means.
I don't even know what it means. I just know that viscosity is a word that you use with water, and so I use hydro.
And hydro is also a word used with water. Yeah, I was trying to think about some sort of water pun we could use. As Delaware tried to maybe flush UTK down the toilet and finish the series and beat their unbeaten record. That's what we're going to go with, all right? We have UTK going and attack Delaware on the defense. Let's see what both these teams can do.
Ooh, all right. University of Tennessee has managed to find a drop of water, and that's going to be able to keep them in this team fight. It seems like they have a little bit more focus on how they want to engage against Delaware, but maybe that focus might be taken away from them with Pod 36,000 that's going to be in your back line, putting up so much pressure, and now it's going to be a simple strategy from Delaware. Press W.
Oh, Battlefield. Use the time to kite on UTK. Get their resources back and go again to compete for this high ground. Or are they? No, they're going to go up main, get some card progression, and maybe try and rotate the map to where they are kind of acting as the defending team. Looks like that's their plan right now.
It's whether or not this plan is going to work out for them, it seems like it's still up in the air. Ideal Warrior down on the ground is going to take a massive amount of damage. And because of Blamity being inside of the Nemesis form, down they fall. And that's just going to be UTK getting all of this free real estate. And by the way, Ocean, viscosity, according to our producer, a measurement of liquid thickness.
Well, it wasn't a very thick liquid in my tea, because that's why it left pretty quickly. So, unless it was too thick, and that's how, no, because it has to be thin to get in there. Huh.
But then water expands or something, right? I don't know.
I don't know. So some sort of a chemistry gamer is going to have to let us know what went on there. Duxta, by the way, has an opportunity next team fight without really any competition to get an overclock off, and I think that's something to keep an eye on. So let's keep an eye on Duxta next team fight.
All right, Duxta is indeed going to be the one to do that, and aided by the fact of Paravir using that Kitsune Rush, but you're really going to have to be careful because Ideal Warrior wants to make sure that overclock is not going to hit anything. That's why they pop that Annihilation.
Team fight done, Ideal Warrior using that ultimate to the best of their ability. Well played team fight from University of Delaware. If they want to win this series, they're going to have to win team fights like that, and that's exactly what they've been doing all series long. Oh, God, and you know what's crazy? You just kept both support ultimates.
Yeah, they did. And
Right,
now
so
you
that is actually nuts. They won that team fight. They were competing with Ducksters, Overclock, and they just kept both support ultimates, which means they're so free in this next team fight to have a multitude of ways to counter, for example, this Annihilation, or maybe they can get aggressive with one of these ultimates after a Dragon Strike. So many options here for the defense.
All right, here it is, though. The Annihilation going to be supported with the help from Noodles' beat. But, of course, you have Kitsune Rush. You have Hyper's own beat. And so you can see that Blamanthy is trying to get whatever they can out of this Annihilation. And finally, they're going to be able to do that. But for an Annihilation to take that long to get anything is definitely a testament to what this team is doing. And, of course, you cannot discount the efforts of Pod. This is a Tracer who is on a mission to save the day. Unfortunately, the day is not going to be able to be saved. Not if Blamanthy has something to say about it. And so now it's going to be pushing forward. Tennessee, in the less than 1 minute to go, is able to get the point taken.
I thought that was going to be a certified pod moment right there, where Paul gets a serious value out of the Tracer for no reason. And interestingly, Paul's had enough of the Tracer. Junkrat. I mean, I suppose it makes sense just for this part of the map, right? You can see this choke, right, that we talked about earlier, just on the left of your screen right now. That's hard to get through, so I suppose the spam damage of the Junkrat, that's what they're thinking.
I would have to imagine that because it is tight corridors. There's not very many places that you can go to. And speaking of not many places that you can go to, well, you got an Annihilation in your face. So you really do have to make sure you're respecting this. And it just gets even better and better as Nate lands the headshot that they desperately needed to onto Paravir. And so options now running out for Tennessee as they need to run the heck out of there. And it seems like they are indeed going to be able to do that.
Delaware, good team fight. One ultimate used. Building up towards their support ultimates as well. And obviously, Riptide is a quick ultimate to win because you have so much spam damage, you build it up quite quickly, especially in these choke ducks in trouble. And a Riptide is also a really good win condition. You just send it after one. A Duckster is also a better win condition. You just go 4, 5.
It's an ace.
I should have passed the mic sooner again. What are these DPS players doing? I don't know. Duckster just killed for me. I thought they were still setting up the team fight.
You said you had to pass the mic, but you can't do it literally as you're speaking. Duckster is out here getting 5Ks.
He just killed 5, right? And I thought they were still setting up the team fight. No, it's absolutely crackpot. I think they got a 5K last week in similar fashion, right? And, yeah. No, they're going to rely on the DPS partner, Holy Drip. Dragonblade next team fight. The problem is fighting off these support ultimates. You're going to have to get some of these cooldowns out. And losing your Blamanthy is not going to help with that.
Oh, no, it's not. And now you've also heard that the blade was popped, and so now Hyper is going to use the sound barrier to make sure that, well, not too much is going to be able to use with that Genji ultimate. And there it is. All right, Delaware holds, but sheesh. That got dicey.
1 minute 30 on the clock. UTK's undefeated record seems like it could be gone. Ultimates available for Delaware. Tennessee have 1 win condition left. It's Blamanthy's Annihilation. They're going to have to force out the Kitsune Rush and some other tools if they want to win this one and keep their unbeaten record in check. And that's not a good start.
No, it's not. A double kill using just one. Only one ultimate. Now it's just chasing down Blamanthy. Get all the kills that you can. 60 seconds. UTK. They're on the clock.
Let's set this one up for you, Sam Talks. UTK. Undefeated record on the line. Gonna set once more. Annihilation, the win condition. It's gonna be matched by Kitsune Rush this time around in Annihilation of Ideal Warrior Zone. Blamanthy, the tank player, the alleged leader for UTK, the player with the undefeated record in their own grasp. Can they make the difference? Sam Talks, over to you.
We're gonna find out very shortly. Blamanthy, this is the ultimate that needs to be given. Daxta is also gonna start shining for themselves. It's a possibility. There might be an opportunity. It's just going to be Delaware to back away for the moment. But Tennessee, looking for that opportunity, it could be there.
The Annihilation's gone though, and Juno has a Kiriko ultimate. Kitsune Rush used. It's matched by the overclock.
But Duckster's just not able to find the kills. We're not seeing the 5K that is so desperately needed here this time around. This is going to be Duckster having to pull everything out, but it's all falling apart. Ideal Warrior 3 inside of this Annihilation, and just the perfect ultimate to be able to describe this as University of Delaware stands tall 3-1 against University of Tennessee and giving them their first loss of this season.
University of Delaware, second place teams in a test that the Titans take down UTK 3-1 in a very close series. It was about those critical moments, Duckster and Co. Even though they had their pop-off moments when it mattered most, It was the Stars of Delaware that shone brightest, and that means that University of Delaware take away the undefeated record of UTK and get a win on the board themselves.
This has to be an insane moment here for Delaware. When I was talking to them earlier, they said that they knew that this was the team. This was going to be a tough matchup for them, but they wanted to go win regardless of whatever happens. Their sights are really set on the grand finals, and that's where they want to improve as they go throughout the season. But to be able to take the win here, that is going to be the big momentum boost that they need that's going to carry them throughout the rest of it.
What a performance. What a performance from University of Delaware. I thought they deserved that win. I thought they played their win conditions well. I thought in the critical moments they stood up tall, they stood up strong. I think that was the makings of a really good Overwatch team and a really good Overwatch series that we've just witnessed.
Indeed so. But we are going to throw it over to a short break as we get things set up for our next game, which is going to be William and Mary versus DePaul University. We'll be right back.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
To know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here, we do.
Let's give them something to talk about. I see the energy running out. I got a planet to run around. Okay, okay. You ain't do nothing but run your mouth. No, I don't want to be humble now. You doubted me, nothing to talk about. Something to talk about. Something to talk about. I got a planet to run around. You doubted me, nothing to talk about. Good luck. Cause I'm outside, tough luck. No friend of mine, no runners up, pick it up.
All right, I think we all needed that break as we come back into the next game of our fantastic evening of Overwatch. This time around is going to be William and Mary going up against DePaul University.
This is going to be an interesting game because how do I say this in the weirdest way possible? Both these teams are in really awkward positions, right? William and Mary, expected to be a top 4 team this season, just lost their superstar DPS player, Unique. Had a poor game last week against UTK, albeit UTK, one of the best teams in the entire tournament. And DePaul, in particular, are on the rise. They had a good game last week, I thought, against Bowling Green. A couple of things could have probably been executed better. It was a little bit chaotic. But they're on the rise. William and Mary are still adjusting to losing their DPS player. So I'm not sure what's going to happen tonight. I'm not sure what we're going to expect.
I really don't know what to expect either. William and Mary, when they went up against UTK last week, were able to... We saw moments of them being able to stand up to it, even with the loss of Unique, but I don't know. It was like you said, we're seeing how they're going up against DePaul, and DePaul had a little bit of something that was going on there too. So whether or not both of these teams are going to be able to pull it out with the changes in Season 3, that is what we're here to find out, especially as we go to our map screen. Now, of course, very familiar from what we just saw if you were here in the very first round, or the very first matchup of the evening, but still, Lijiang Tower, Paraiso, New Queen Street, Shambali Monastery, and DePaul if we need those final 2.
Yep, Lijiang first, which is going to be exciting because we are going to potentially see some brawl matchups, potentially see some die matchups, but a lot of potentials, right? We don't know what we're going to see until we get into the round. Now, I actually do expect Max to roll it in the Wrecking Ball because I think Max is a very talented Wrecking Ball player. I think we saw that last season when they ran the Wrecking Ball Diva competitions a lot. So I expect Max to not only run this Wrecking Ball, but be extremely competent on it.
This is something that I think is going to excite William and Mary, is all of the changes that have come into here. And, you know, this is a team that just loves to have fun. This is a team that really loves to do things like, all right, let's go ahead and pull out the Wrecking Ball. Zafe is on the Reinhardt. I'm a big Reinhardt fan. I love me some Reinhardt. But it seems like Max is going to start things. Wait a minute. Okay, was able to get the hook. Ooh, that got a little scary, though. Nice who falls by Noob. So DePaul, at the very least, on the point.
Trying to set up a power drive engagement. Gonna get Noob as well. So that's gonna be the go time for William and Mary to at least walk in a little bit. But I think that go time to get an engagement off of it has kind of gone away. So you're gonna have to wait for the next pile drive coming in from Max.
Yeah, you're seeing a little bit of the issues that they're having with being able to engage in off the Wrecking Ball. Another pile driver comes in, but there's really no one to take advantage of it so far. And what happens when Max does it? Zafe just walks forward and completely starts throwing that hammer. Thankfully, though, it seems like William and Mary has been able to find the formula that they need in order to get that success, and it's all coming in. The ball didn't even get the point.
Yeah, I think they are going to win this fight, William and Mary. Nothing really lost at all. I like Wrecking Ball a lot in the current patch. Wrecking Ball is good at causing chaos, is good at like ping-ponging onto the point to maximize percentages, just good at all these little things. And also, especially against Reinhardt, Wrecking Ball is really, really good. Why? Because Reinhardt is a very linear tank, right? And Wrecking Ball's calling up this chaos!
No way do we just see that. You can tell that Max loves this hero, loves this Wrecking Ball. They were able to get that out of here immediately, and now left on the point all by themselves, separated by the mines. Is that, ooh. Okay, SLF.
Nice shot.
Very nice shot.
Yeah, no, I think this matchup is going to be really tough for Zafe. That's how I was going to finish off this team fight. It's going to be a really tough matchup. Max is going to have the better Wrecking Ball versus Reinhardt matchup. We've seen this a lot last season, where teams who were very, very brawl-oriented and were trying to play William and Mary, who are very, very good at playing a chaotic ball competition and forcing out resources and just being hecking annoying. In their interviews as well. That's a joke, William and Mary. You know, my favourites, alright? Keep calm. So this is going to be difficult for DePaul. I mean, at least this fight they've got Noob with the overclock to try and set something up with. So at least got something to try and win the fight with.
This is going to be that little bit extra difficult. Okay, they haven't. There we go. Now we're going to be inside of the overclock. They just needed the railgun shot to get rid of Naisu. And now it's time to set our attentions over to see what we can possibly get outside of this overclock. And so far, not too much. Both of the sound barriers have been used by the Lucios. SLM still does have their overclock available to them. Here it is. The Earth Charge catches out Max. And because of that, Max gets pinned against the wall. But is going to get headshot. And a good stick. Good pulse bomb from Dadzin, though. DePaul University gets control of the point, but William and Mary, 89% on the board.
Yeah, I think you'll be happy with that. You forced out a lot of ultimates. I think the one thing to be courteous of right now, if you're William and Mary, is Creeps is going to have that Kitsune Rush available, right? That's going to be something that you're going to have to keep in mind in this matchup. So, going to play around the Kitsune Rush, and then maybe later in the fight play towards your Sojourn and creating some chaos with the Wrecking Ball, right? You're going to have a minefield to assist with that as well, but no, you're going to have to back off with Max going down.
It seems like they're making sure to keep an eye on this Wrecking Ball, so that way it's not going to be wrecking through your team. And so far for DePaul, getting rid of the nuisance that has been Max is working out very well for them. And so Creeps also has the Kitsune Rush available, so a couple of options up.
Yeah, I think William and Mary, they're favourite in this fight, but they've got to be really mindful of that Kitsune Rush.
Whoa! No! Zafe! You landed the pin, but that was all you're going to be able to land. Stop right there. And then, of course, the mines come in from Max, and that stops everything in its tracks. DePaul University falls. Point goes back over to William and Mary, and things are looking very grim for this first round for DePaul.
I mean, they are going to be potentially able to touch, right? I think it's going to be up to Obscure on the Lucio. They're going to speed into their Reinhardt in, get booped around. Oh, Zafe is in a lot of trouble now with Obscure getting booped around.
Okay.
Oh, no, Zafe.
They're able to get over back to their Reinhardt, who so desperately needs them. But Obscure is just being relentlessly hunted down by Max. This is a Wrecking Ball who, when they find a target, is just nothing that you can do. And Zape's doing that typical Reinhardt thing where he's just spinning all around with a shield. Down they go. Point secured. William and Mary up 1 round.
Yeah, no, that was unfortunate for Zape. I mean, it was kind of stuck in the middle of a rock and a hard place, to be honest, right? They got slid into the fight. The Lucio got boots around. That means that they lose a lot of their mobility, right, without the Lucio speed. And then they're pretty much dead. Unlucky. GG go next round, and we'll see what how they approach this one.
Oh, this is what I wanted. Oh, the Ocean that's coming out of season 3.
Why you Reinhardt?
Oh, it was so close. Okay, Zafe decides to go for the Sigma. Thinks they might be able to get a little bit more out of that. That's Zinto on the Soldier 76. Now we know that Soldier recently got some buffs of their own as well. So a potential here, maybe that DePaul is going to be able to use this old wizened Soldier 76 to its most effective use.
I like the idea of Soldier here, right? Especially now that we see William Mary on a brawl composition, right? So you can use the Soldier to take an off angle, and so you have like the Soldier up mid and the Soldier on the off angle. That can be quite tricky to deal with, especially with all the poke coming in from the Sigma and the Kiriko as well. So I think it's going to be about timing and off angles here for DePaul University. This is not a horrible compositional matchup. However, for William and Mary, what's beneficial for them is they hold the space in and around their point, and that's how you win the game.
Indeed so, and this is just an ideal place that Max wants to be in as this Reinhardt. Naisu is going to get a double kill of their own, and now it's just going to be the pursuit once more for William and Mary. They have the point, they have the kills.
I like the fact that William and Mary didn't sit there. Yes, they knew they had the positional advantage, but they didn't allow DePaul to get set up on their different angles, right? They eventually just picked a moment. They're like, okay, we've controlled the space. Now you're setting up your team point. I'm just going to walk on a player that's not expecting it. Okay, let's say, for example, the Soldier 76. And then there you go. We've killed the Soldier and we're moving on.
All right, so Zafe back over onto the Reinhardt. And Dazinto is going to choose to follow Naisu's lead on the Mei side of things. The wall did come up, but Max was able to survive through it. And now we're going to see another one again from Dazinto, but so far the wall hasn't been able to find too much purchase onto Max.
I don't like this because you're trying to walk into a Mei and a Symmetra, and you're just gonna be in so much trouble. I think I actually prefer the Soldier approach, right? I thought William and Mary played that first fight amazingly, and that's why the Pop probably switched things up. But playing brawl on the brawl here when your opponents have positional advantage, ultimate advantage, control of the key areas around the map, I just don't think that's the play.
I don't think so either, but for DePaul, this is something that they want to stick with. If it's working for William and Mary, why can't it work out for us? Well, we are going to be we got the answer for that one, as William and Mary sitting on a nice 5 ultimates, every single one of them available, and Zafe is already so low, and because of where they were positioned, Max has been able to get off a free Earth Shatter that completely destroyed DePaul University. 81% Ocean, 4 ultimates still left for William and Mary. I don't see anything for DePaul to be able to get this back.
I mean, they can try. They've got a sound barrier, and that probably enables them to get a touch, right? And then you'll maybe build up your DPS ultimate. The problem is, William and Mary also have ultimates of their own, and that's scary.
Okay, it's going to be obscure to have to use that sound barrier, but now caught inside of the blizzard. Zafe isolated from the rest of the team, and so because of that, down they go. And this is going to be the overtime. Take it away, William and Mary. Bijan Tower 1-0.
Looks a little bit more like the William and Mary of old. Their decision making looks sharp. They look a lot more comfortable. I really like the ball play from them in particular. I think that looked good. The ball round, I thought they played really well. Good decision making. Were very proactive. Didn't really sit around too much. Good map from William and Mary.
I think so. And the very fun Naisu play of the game was just a constant stream of death, literally frozen death. So, also, thanks to our producer, we learned that water does expand when frozen. So, it's an old.
Oh, okay. Understood.
I just had to say that real quick.
Water if it's frozen. Is that not ice?
It is ice, but I guess it's still water at the end of the day.
So, actually, though, I've made sense of this. So, if you have a droplet, let's say 1 milliliter of water, and it gets frozen and turned into ice, then that water expands inside, and then you have 2 milliliters of water. I think. I don't know. I'm not the science guy here. I'm the Overwatch guy. Right?
This is why we're casters, not physicists, not chemists. So we're going to stay to our lane now.
Does know this? I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not sure either. Look, I talk about Overwatch, and that's it, all right?
So let's get back to the talking about Overwatch, though, because we saw an insane Lijiang Tower from our fantastic team of William and Mary. DePaul University just couldn't quite stand up to them. But of course, Lijiang is always that map where you're going to warm up. You're going to want to get the gears turning and the cogs moving. And so now we set our sights over onto Para-ESO, the hybrid map, where maybe DePaul, didn't work out very well on Lijiang. But who knows? Hybrid could be their time to shine.
It could be. I think, especially in hybrid and escort maps, especially when you're on the defense, you kind of have a chance to reset each point, and that makes things a little bit easier, especially in the defense. And that means you have a bit of a better opportunity to stage your team fights and prepare for them. Make sure you're setting up your engagements a lot easier. It's a lot easier to do that on escort, whereas on control, things are a little bit hectic when both teams are fighting for the same point. So that's kind of where I think DePaul will get a little bit more of an advantage here. And look a little bit more comfortable, but I think William and Mary looked really good in that last map. They looked
they did.
like, yeah, they were missing a bit of oomph, a bit of star power, but what they didn't lack was identity. And that's what William and Mary lacked last week, in my personal opinion. Yes, they didn't have the oomph of a unique or a star DPS player. SLM did a fine job, though, last week, and they should have been able to contest, I think, UTK a little bit more than they did. I thought they lacked a bit of identity. I think with Max having the Wrecking Ball back and them playing a little bit more decisive in that map 1, I feel like that's what they have back that they didn't have last week.
And that's definitely something we wanted to see from William and Mary as this roster starts to mature, especially with all of the changes and the shakeups that have been coming forward. Okay.
Oh, if we saw that again today.
I would have lost it. I was a little bit scared. These Lucios love doing that, and these Widowmakers love popping some heads, but not quite as fortunate for DePaul University this time around. Zafe on the Winston is going to get right into the faces of their targets, but is going to drop back down to the low ground almost immediately, and so now giving up the advantageous position that they were in, and Nuklama is not going to take this monkey without a fighting chance. He's not going to take it lying down.
Yeah, Noob. Gonna kill them again. That's Endo. Gone as well. And they're just gonna have to back up. And Winston is a really good hero right now. I think Winston's in a really, really good spot. If you have a really aggressive team, a lot of Winston being played in Europe right now, and I imagine Korea as well. Good, strong Winston teams have a lot of great identity. The problem is playing into the Wrecking Ball or a hero like D.Va as well, is you can kind of just check the Winston's engagements, right? So the Winston goes in, you can just pile drive that jump, especially with the pile drive. Cooldown getting reduced a little bit.
And look at what happens when Zafe engages into here, Ocean. It takes a little bit of time for DePaul University to be able to catch up with what they're trying to do. And so Nuklama was so dangerously low, but was still able to get out. And Protection Suzu was used, but they lived. And that's really all that matters. SLM, a little bit of danger, but nothing that they're too worried about. Zafe is not able to find too much of a purchase onto getting kills here. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Naisu is going to be the Genji that's terrorizing your back line. Creeps does manage to take down this ninja, but they just follow shortly thereafter.
So, as you guys know, watching a lot of Overwatch podcasts, right? Lucio is a main support hero. The job of a main support is to try and dictate the tempo of the game as much as possible. But with heroes like Sojourn, especially in previous patches, right, where Sojourn is your fight winner, Lucio's job, in a lot of senses, is to protect your Sojourn and help your Sojourn get angles, right? You saw Nuklama, as soon as SLM was in a little bit of trouble, just sit on SLM to make sure that SLM stays alive and then opens up an angle later on. That was really good main support play from Nuklama.
It really was. All right, now we have a monkey who's been empowered by the power of nanobots. So far, no kills. Also hasn't elected to use the primal rage just yet, which might be an interesting choice for them. There we go. They wanted to use it in the moment where their health was really low, but had the nano boost, and I think that could have been a good moment for them to do it there as well to get the kills. But for DePaul, it seems like they might be able to get this point.
I think you're gonna have to do it with Nice's Dragon Blade, though. Here it comes.
There it is. All right, but now we're gonna have Obscure using the sound barrier to make sure that they stay alive, and Naisu, even though they had the blade, even though they got a kill, wasn't able to get much out of it, but you have the Wrecking Ball, and you have SLM inside of an overclock. Is this going to end now, or is it going to end with their death? So it is. But they're not done yet, Noob. He's killed out of there. Nuklama being bullied in the corner. Oh my gosh, you're gonna do the mines like that. That is dirty, Max. But you're so dangerously low on health that there's only so much you can do. Gavant has to get back to try and get this Wrecking Ball back up to full. With how low? Oh, they go right into the mines. This is still back and forth. Zafe is back onto the field. This is bloody. This is back and forth.
I really like something there that I saw. It's Kavon touch the point to allow Max to go and get the mega health back and then come back into things. It's a really good example of ping pong, and it's giving William Mary the time to come back into things. 25 seconds left.
Unbelievable here from William and Mary, and especially for Max FTW on this wrecking ball.
Oh, SLM.
We have SLM just landing some sick shots onto Dad Zintho. Time is running out. Less than 10 seconds to go. DePaul University gonna have to pull out all the stops to get there.
Kavon was the hero. Yes, you saw Kavon Nuclear go down, but what they did was they touched the point, they ping-ponged with the wrecking ball, and made sure there was an opportunity to keep it alive. Nuclear in trouble here, needs to stay alive.
What?
They went to the objective. I think the boot back from Nuclear saved the day. I'd have to watch that again. I thought they were on their point.
I thought they were on the point too. Wow.
And that's tough because Nuclear was going to die there before Storm Barrier. So what looked like it was going to be one twist in favor of DePaul has brutally twisted the other way. And they've just been held on points out. Pariezo through just a little bit of bad luck, to be honest.
Sometimes that's all it comes down to. Really, at the end of the day. For two teams that are going at each other like this, luck is definitely a factor. So 73.4% was on the board for DePaul University at the very least. So they have some wiggle room. Well, the way that William and Mary, the only reason that they have that wiggle room, the only reason they didn't capture that point, was like you said, Gavon Nuklama doing an excellent job at working with their tank, Max FTW, and making sure that they weren't able to lose it. And they did such a phenomenal job at making that happen that I don't know if DePaul could recreate what William and Mary did.
It's going to be tough. I like the idea of playing Sigma. You got a lot of poke spam. You got a good idea. Nano Boost is really good win condition. Torbjorn, I think it's good here on Pariezo because you can kind of zone out certain heroes. William Mary, though, the problem that DePaul have is William and Mary are going to scout here. So SLM's going to do a grapple shot, and Naisu, Max are going to go out and scout. So they have all the info. They know what their opponents are playing, and they're going to make adjustments. They're fine playing the Wrecking Ball into this, and they're playing the Genji into this. They want to have the Genji and the Wrecking Ball onto this double flex support backline, and I'm okay with it. I'm here for it.
I am too. Meanwhile, Max is here to roll up, see what they can get. They got a little bit of information out of that, and now the knowledge. Let's just go in. Let's start blasting. Let's start getting some kills if we're going to be able to. And for William and Mary, just chilling out. They're still waiting for an opportunity, and they're still going to go for their moment. Nice to put some pressure onto Zafe. Zafe undeterred for the moment.
41% ult as well for Zafe. That's a good ultimate to Gravitic Plug, so we're in a little bit of trouble, running a little bit lower than they would like. And falling off the high ground, Zafe in a little bit of trouble now.
There it is. Obscure. The Zenyatta have been taken off the field, and now you don't have to worry about the Discord orbs. And Creeps can only do so much by themselves on this Ana. Really had to hope for a lot there. And hope is now running out. With Zafe being the only one alive on the point. And William and Mary building themselves up towards their win. Is anyone going to be able to touch? No. William and Mary, 2-0.
Good map from William and Mary. Showed some really solid fundamentals with their ping-ponging on the objective to stall out team fights. Ultimate usage looks fairly clean. Nuclear had a really good map and dictating the tempo of that map, especially with keeping SLM alive a lot. Some good solid scouting on the offense. Some good setup on the offense. Just a really solid map from William and Mary in general. Lots of fundamentals. Just a good game of Overwatch once more.
William and Mary so far is in control of this entire series based on what we've been seeing here at the very least. DePaul University, if they want to make this reverse sweep happen, this is the moment where, okay, what has been William and Mary's secret to success? It's the teamwork that they've been having. They've been having a lot. They've been working really well together as a team. The communication between them so far has just been immaculate, being able to stay alive through overwhelming odds. And for DePaul University, some of that coordination just needs to be there a little bit more, a little bit being able to work together and getting into those engagements cleanly. And William and Mary just has that on lockdown. And for a roster that's been shaken up, doing a fantastic job at it. Now we can set our sights onto what could potentially be the final map of the evening, unless DePaul University is able to swing things back around. New Queen Street.
Yep. over to the Queen Street OB. I wonder if we'll see more Tracer. We saw that Tracer had a lot of impact on this map in our previous series today. And we just seen a little bit of Genji on Parieso, so I wonder if teams will opt back into the Tracer just for this map with all the open side space we have. Just to kind of come back into things. What I've been really, really impressed with William Mary today, again, is that fundamental. The fundamentals of Overwatch are there, and that makes me not lose faith in William Mary that they're going to be a top 5 team by the end of the season. Yes, they've hit a couple of bumps in the road, but the fact the fundamentals are there, the fact that they're playing with identity again, is a really good sign.
It's so important to have those fundamentals on your side, because if you don't, when you're trying to progress throughout the rest of the season, as the team starts working better and better together, if they didn't have those fundamentals, where are you going to be going from that?
4, 3.
Whoever put that reel there is evil. That wasn't very nice. Ruined our observing shot. How dare they?
How dare they? Shaking our fists in the air, yelling at the. Oh, all right. The battle in the middle of New Green Street at the hockey statue. It's gonna be Ooh, Nuke Llama. The first to fall, actually, by the hands of Noob. And so now you flush your main support, and we know what. Wait a minute. Okay, but Max FTW, even with the loss of that Lucio, is still able to swing that hammer, get a double kill on Obscure and Zabe. You're gonna have to make sure that you get this this tank up healed as best you can. DePaul gotta get out of there. So though, DePaul got the bot.
I'm very surprised they actually tried to keep their tank alive there. I would have thought they would have just went back to spawn and reset, right? Because I don't think that Reinhardt plays really well into Winston. Because Winston can play around high grinds, can build a ult charge for their honor. I don't really like the Reinhardt here, to be honest. I think this is actually a poor decision. What's this?
Okay.
This double mids? What? Lucio break? Huh? Okay, let's see how this works out. I mean, what they will have is tempo. I'll give them that. Let's see how the tempo works out for them.
I think William and Mary at this point maybe wants to have a little bit of fun before really getting serious, but she's starting to see that Noob is coming online time and time again with the loss of Gavant. It's going to be William and Mary standing tall, however. SLM gets a double kill. Max going into the next team fight, an Earth Shatter? A little nap too.
I actually kind of like the idea. Now that I'm thinking about it, okay, so the issue with playing Reinhardt and Winston is it's really, really hard to dictate tempo, right? Because Winston can sit on high ground, kind of set up their engagements in any way they like. So with the Brigitte in that team fight, you know what you're able to do? You have 2 main supports. So you're able to dictate tempo in whatever free way you want. And that's why they were able to get so aggressive and get something going. Oh, stepped under the shutter!
That is unbelievable from Creeps to be able to do that. Now you got to go into the back line to make sure that Zafe is not able to get away with too much damage. They do fall, and Naisu actually gets a nice 2 pulse bomb kill onto Creeps. The back and forth, but the back and forth is finally over. DePaul University gets the lead.
SLM on the tour, trying to zone out the Genji, trying to zone out the Tracer. I like it. I assume Max is going to swap here too. Yeah, Winston. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I think that should have happened a while ago, to be honest. And Noob has the Dragon Blades here, Nano Blade here, actually. This could get this first checkpoint for DePaul University, as William and Mary have had to make changes, probably a little bit too late, and that means their ultimate economy is going to be severely reduced.
Yeah, the only thing that they have that could possibly save the day here is that sound barrier, but like you said, it's a Nano Blade. And so you're going to cut through that sound barrier like a hot knife through butter. So we're waiting for the opportunity. It's not wanting to use it just yet. Maybe might be able to get something outside of this pulse bomb. See if you can. You're not able to. And now Creeps is going to be under pressure by Naisu. And so opportunities might be lost here for DePaul University as Naisu does manage to get the kill. They get the nano boost off onto Noob.
But they can't use Blades because it's been so well kited by William and Mary. Now William and Mary used that as the go button themselves. Yes, the point was captured by DePaul, which means they'll get the respawns, but William and Mary played that okay for the fact of the matter that they didn't have a good ultimate economy for that team point. I think that was the best risk versus reward you could have got there.
Yeah, you went through that entire fight dry. You didn't really have to commit too much there. You managed to draw out Creeps' nano boost on top of that. It's such a valuable win.
Yeah, and Nuke Llama didn't even have to use the sound barrier. That's crazy. Nano Blade was prospecting for that team fight, and Nuke Llama didn't even have to drop the sound barrier. Creeps is in trouble here.
Max is just able to go right into the back line of creeps and get rid of them. And now Zave, even though they have the Primal Rage activated, look how dangerously low they are. And it's because of Gavant's Kitsune rush that we saw Zave in so much trouble and they had to back away. Oh. Okay.
Goodbye, Nukama. Not Nukama. Nukama got the kill. Goodbye, Tracer.
Goodbye, Tracer.
Read the kill feed wrong. Unlucky. It's why you don't read the kill feed too much as a caster, right? It's a bad habit, okay?
It is.
No, for all you newer casters out there, reading kill feed is good for information, but don't rely on it.
Speaking of relying on it right now, you can always rely on Max to go right into the back line, and so Creeps is going to make sure that Monkey is taken out of the field for the moment, and because of that, Zafe is able to put a lot of pressure onto SLM, onto Gavon, now turning their attention over to their next target, and meanwhile this is all happening, Max is finally regrouped to a dead team.
Max gets a kill on the Lucio. I think that's actually a good kill as well, because Obscure has a sign barrier, right? So one of the options that DePaul University has as they move the robot is they would have maybe wanted to use their sign barrier aggressive to set up their Dragon Blade. By the time they get to where the next team fight's going to happen, they won't have really the option of having an early aggressive sign barrier. It's going to have to be a little bit more thought out than that.
Ooh, denying the forward spawns at the last second, and now we're going to see DePaul University pop an early sound barrier. Max FTW inside of that Primal Rage, but we're seeing with that antenatal, the healing being denied to them. So you get a little bit careful, you get a little bit scared. Now it's going to be nice to looking for an opportunity to pulse bomb, and of course, putting the pressure onto Creeps to make sure that they're not able to keep the team alive. Here comes a nano boost onto Obscure. All right, Lucio, DPS pop off.
I'm not with that. Oh no, that's a big mistake. You look at the other ultimate that's online. Creeps is going to get staggered out as well, I think. Look, a Tracer, the Winston on them.
Oh,
sleep though. They might be able to save themselves. No, a stagger onto the Creeps as well, and it means they don't have Nano Blade next fight. So William Mary gets a stagger onto the Yana, eliminate the possibility of Nano Blade, and potentially you could take the checkpoint and the lead here.
I have to imagine that was a nano boost that thought that was going to go on to Noob, but I think they may have died at the last second, and so it went on to Obscure. So with that, the plan goes away. Speaking of plans, Nisu has gotten a really good plan here with a really nice pulse bomb onto Creeps. SLM wants to build their way up towards their overclock, but while they're building their way up to it, let's just get a couple of kills while doing it.
That's it, the change of the lead. Pretty much happening now. I don't think they're going to touch on the checkpoint. The butt scratch happening right now. I mean, now you've got to win this next team fight and try and get back into this, which is the vanilla blade. That's such a tough task, especially when tools like Poimo, Kitsune Rush are going to be available on the other side. Noob has got a tough task, but they got to do it.
That they do. Noob, let's see what you're going to be able to do here, my friend. Noob, I'm going to try and get away from this. Brilliant. This is exactly what you needed. Noob with a double kill. So, oh, but it's been even back out. The unfortunate thing for William and Mary, though, they have no supports, but DePaul has no DPS. I would say on the side of DePaul, they are in the favor here, but Max FTW completely undoes all of the damage thanks to that Primal Rage. Now it's time to put the pressure back on to this team.
Trying to find the Kiriko. Oh, the Kiriko's being found. That's the line with the kill. The new DPS. Finding critical kill there. Yes, nice. He goes down, but William and Mary keep their lead, keep their respawn advantages, and survive that very big scare after Noob got those 2 Dragon Blade kills.
It's really good from William and Mary to be able to course correct in situations where you've lost both of your supports and you're still able to take space. And this is also another brilliant move from William and Mary. DePaul University has control of the high ground. What do? You give up some space so that way you're in a more advantageous position. And so what does SLM do? They overclock. They want to end this now, but it's going to become so much more difficult when you have Zafe in your face, Primal Raging. SLM is going and surviving as best they can. There's only so much you can do with a monkey on your tail.
1 minute 50 seconds left. I'm looking at this now. I like the overclock there because you force out Poimo. DePaul University have it all to do. They've got 2 support ultimates, right? Theoretically, actually, there's an opening here to win one fight with 1 support ultimate, win the other with an X and win the game, right? Yeah, so it's possible, but if William and Mary make this fight long, DePaul University won't have the tools to win 2 fights, and that's exactly what they need to do to win the match.
Oh, things got a little bit scary there. You can see how low that Zafe dipped, and because of that, Obscure needs to pop the sound barrier in order to make sure that their tank is going to stay alive throughout the rest of this team fight, be able to secure the forward spawns. And indeed, so there it is. The push begins once more for DePaul University. William and Mary, undeterred by this, they managed to draw out both of the supports thanks to some excellent kiting, are going to be able to stay alive through that, and now building their way up towards their own support ultimates. Nuke Llama is in control using their own sound barrier. And let's see if the beat of the music, it is going to push DePaul University back for now.
Wonder if William and Mary are able to push this advantage into getting rid of those respawns. It doesn't look like it right now, but Obscure is really low. They got to secure this kill, William and Mary. They do.
They do. And the Kitsune rush from Gavon is everything that they needed, then some and more. Zafe needs to die here to regroup with the rest of the team. The time's running up for DePaul University, and William and Mary still has a very formidable lead.
Okay, so William and Mary, what they're doing right now is they're going to try and move the ball up to where they get their own respawn advantage. And that means DePaul is probably going to have to win about 3 fights in a row if they're going to win this map. It's going to be extremely tough. Yet William and Mary now, they're not going to leave the ball. They're going to keep pushing it forwards. That makes it easier for DePaul to touch, but I guess it means William and Mary get a little bit more space and distance to play with.
That might be the idea that they have in their heads. They have two ultimates with the nice soup pulse bomb that could be big here, but now it's just time to back away. We give up a little bit of space, now we're brought into overtime. And this is for DePaul University. Noob and Dat Zen, though, have a lot on their shoulders to be able to make sure that this overclock and pulse bomb is going to create the opening that they so desperately need, especially now that we're brought into overtime. And for DePaul, they can, ooh, that could have been beautiful, but it was onto a Kiriko who could use a protection Zuzu and completely negate that pulse bomb. Now it's going to be max FTW inside of their primal rage and a Kitsune rush from creeps. So we're still back and forth. We're still having to make sure we touch the bot. And now William and Mary, we've been talking a lot about tempo this game. The tempo could be in their hands. Obscure now using the sound barrier to stay alive. William and Mary falling. DePaul still has a chance.
Obscure died though. I don't know how that happened. Max getting a critical kill, and DePaul University are in a lot of trouble right now.
They don't have the forward spawns either. And so Obscure, even though they are Lucio, still has quite a ways for themselves to go. And this time around, Gavant has the Kitsune rush available. And with that ultimate, the hopes and dreams for DePaul to be able to push forward have now been pushed away. William and Mary winning out in this series, 3-0.
A comfortable win for William and Mary. I think they struggled at points. I think DePaul actually were fairly competitive. When DePaul had the compositional advantage, the Winston versus the Reinhardt, they were very, very strong. I thought that was a good look for them. I think they should look to run that Winston a little bit more often. Maybe not against ball competitions, but if they're playing against the Reinhardt team, why not play the Winston? I thought they looked pretty clean on it. I think DePaul were sharp today, but not sharp enough and didn't quite have the same fundamentals as William and Mary. I think that's what gives William and Mary the edge in every single map of this series.
Indeed so. Well, congratulations to both of our teams and, of course, to William and Mary for being able to take that win there. We're going to do a short break, see if we can get an interview from William and Mary. But if we cannot, you can, of course, look forward to our next game, which is going to be Bowling Green State versus University of Connecticut. We'll be right back. A special treat coming from William and Mary as we got the tank himself, Max FTW26. Now, Max, congratulations. First of all, how is the team feeling coming off that win?
Thanks, Sam. The team's feeling good. I know the last couple games we had were a little rough. I think we played well, but weren't able to quite bring it out. So to finally break that 2-game loss streak was nice, and especially in like the fashion we did, I think we played pretty well.
Awesome.
You did
Congrats. No, I have a question. Not about your performance today, but the roster video that we have for you gamers. Can you explain a couple of things to me? Can you explain, like, for some reason, I think I know Unique's not with the roster anymore. He's doing the Hanzo boat, and then Sojourn comes flying out the sky. Can we have a chat about that video, please?
Yeah, so look, when we were doing the video, we were trying to think like we got to do hero poses, right? And we wanted to do that, so we did. I mean, I don't know if you saw the hammer down that I did.
Yeah, no, it was cool, and then it led into Winston.
And then it led into Winston. Yeah, I know. I guess we just didn't want to do the same hero pose as the same hero. I don't know. I'm not really one for like videos. That was just what the team kind of decided they wanted to do. I'm not saying it was a good or a bad idea. That's just what we did. I guess more hero diversity. Maybe the hero we play and the hero that you see the hero, like the actual hero, and us doing the pose. So
it's a thought process.
It gives me a laugh every single time. I love it. It makes me laugh. Anyways, let's talk about this series, right? And it's been a rough couple of games for you guys, as you've said. So this series was important to get back into things. There was good fundamentals today. Tell me about the importance of today in particular and getting your season back on track.
I think the importance of this game was, we obviously had a roster mixed up a little bit because obviously, Paris left the team. So we brought in an old face, kind of new, old, coming back, Gavant. I don't know if you guys knew, but he played on our team back in our first year, back in season 2 of EGF. So we brought him back. Yeah, we brought him back. He used to play off tank, now he's on support. Obviously, kind of shifted around. Like, we used to mix up who played tank last split. Now we've kind of got it set just to me. And we got Tyler or SLM on DPS, so I think it was just like important to kind of, especially after that loss to UTK last week, to get like the roster solidified. After now we've had enough time to practice because we were kind of caught off guard by this roster change, so we didn't have a lot of time to prep. Now we've had some time. We've got this new patch. We've been practicing for a couple weeks now. Our team again solidified, and I think that this is just proving that that first game was, I think we were just not quite ready, and I think now we're definitely ready to start competing at the top level again.
Awesome. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna ask one more question. We had a new patch. I remember last season you liked to play a lot of Wrecking Ball. And you're playing Wrecking Ball a lot in this series. How are you feeling about that helping your chances this season?
I have always been a fan of the Wrecking Ball. It was the first main tank I really learned back when I joined the team. I spent quite a lot of hours trying to learn how to play that hero, and I like to think I've gotten at least decent at it. But our team is relatively comfortable with it, and I'm relatively comfortable with it. So the fact that he got buffed is something that I'm really happy about, because I honestly thought he was already pretty good. I just thought the meta was bad, because I think Kiriko is a really strong counter to Wrecking Ball. And the fact that, he got buffed is like awesome. And Ryan got buffed too. I know we didn't play a lot of Ryan, but I also played a lot of Ryan back in the day. So just to have those, some of my favorite tanks be meta again, or at least maybe not meta, but better, is something that I'm really excited about. And I think that definitely helps our team. It helps me at least. So I'm super excited about it.
Awesome.
Well, I know we're very excited, and we're very excited to see how William and Mary is going to be progressing throughout the rest of the season, continuing on. Now, one last final question for you, Max. Anybody you want to shout out?
I'm going to give this shout out to my parents, my mom and my dad, who always watch our games, or at least they do their best. And just for supporting me through all of this. They've done a great job. It's amazing. When I joined the team, I know my dad was like, doing video games, really? And so to see him come around and always be supporting us in the chat, he's a little tough on us when we lose, but it's always nice to see. And I'm going to cheat too, because Ocean cheated. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to give 2 shout outs. I like to shout out like a personal shout out and then a team shout out. I'm going to shout out Alan or Gavant for coming back in and showing us that he's got it all. He can play off tank, he can play support, he can take a year off and come back and bring it back just to do better than we ever have. So huge shout out to him, and I appreciate him coming back and filling in when we needed him.
Heck yeah. I mean, it's seeing you guys are really starting to work together. You can see week after week after week the improvement that is happening to this roster. And that's why I'm saying we're very excited to see how the rest of the season is going to go for William and Mary. Max, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for an amazing game, and good luck to you and William and Mary throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the interview. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. And that is going to be it for the caster duo of myself and Ocean. But we still have more games of Overwatch here on official EGF. Like I said, we're going to be going up into our next game of Bowling Green State and University of Connecticut. There it is. Ocean, any final thoughts?
We had some good games. I fairly enjoyed tonight, and we learned that water expands in ice, sort of. Nice. Knowledge, Overwatch action. That was fun.
Yeah, I learned. We wept, and we had a good time. But we're going to go to a break to get the next game set up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Though we are many, we are part of something. A force. Bigger than all of us. Our distinct fingerprints collectively shaping and forever changing what makes UConn, UConn. Forever making our mark. Forever making UConn a part of us.
Welcome back, everybody. Chef Billy and 2Tryhard Ray here, back with you. Week number 10 of Overwatch. Season 3 has dropped, and now we're seeing other new heroes that have been previously put on the shelf. Back into meta. I am looking forward to seeing what's coming out here today. Bowling Green State University and the University of Connecticut, the Huskies, here in our third match of the night. Tryhard Ray, what are you looking forward to from these two teams?
I'm looking forward to the compositions. Like you said, new patch, new season. I had a chance to play a little bit the last couple of days. I'm really liking what they did with Soldier. I think he's going to compete with, I mean, especially if you don't feel like you're as skilled as hitting those rail shots. I feel like Soldier, you know, can fly through that door and become a very good pick. And the ball players, man, rejoice, Wrecking Ball players. It is your time to shine.
All right, so Wrecking Ball definitely back into favor right now. I'm not a fan of that. I hate Wrecking Ball, but I mean, Sombra has also seen a big rise coming back into it because obviously, if you can't move around because you're hacked, you're not going to get a lot of value done. The other big thing right now I'm looking at has been Reinhardt. Reinhardt has definitely come back with a vengeance right now. He has gotten a little bit of an indirect buff as well. The other person that I actually saw in my last series in another competition I'm casting is Cassidy has actually made a very strong pull back into the meta, an extra 10 meters to the end or to the start of the damage fall off. So you get more work done with the Peacekeeper. And we'll see if he will make his way back into our metas here. But let's take a look at our rosters here. Bowling Green State and Connecticut. We'll take a look at Bowling Green first. Well, we'll look at both of them first. Crazy Chicken, Echo, Nightmare, Karma, and Evan will be available for Bowling Green. And the Huskies bringing out Samo, JBK, Nels, ya boy Wings, Tisky, and Lamborghini. And I remember your boy Wings from last year casting EGF Collegiate. We really need to take an eye to them. Now here is our map set for the day. We're going to start out on Lijiang Tower. And then it is a fixed map set after that. Paraíso, New Queen Street, and then if necessary, Shambali Monastery, one of our new maps coming in here, and DePaul if we do need it. Both teams are coming in, around the 500 mark. Bowling Green coming in 2-2. And UConn suffered a loss last week, so they are sitting at 2-3 here in the spring split. And there's a look at it right there. We'll take a look at those. There you see Connecticut, 44% win percentage. They are at a -7 round differential, though. And Bowling Green, I mean, they're going to have to really step up here. I think that this is going to be a lot harder of a challenge than maybe what the schedules and what the results so far this season have belied. But Tryhard Ray, I'm telling you what. This is a spot for Bowling Green to come out of their shell. I want to see them come out and be aggressive. I want to see them, kind of play with the meta, especially starting on a map like Lijiang. You can get work done not only by running a Wrecking Ball, but also Reinhardt Control Center. We'll see how they decide to go in through this. That is the lineup for the day, and then we'll have another match after this. But Lijiang Tower is going to be our starting point. Ray, let me get your thoughts on how you feel this is going to turn around.
Yeah, I've always been, when it comes to Lijiang Tower, a big fan of Gardens. Tends to be like the main map to look at, because I think the other two maps, when it comes to Night Market and the indoor map, they tend to be a lot more obvious. We tend to see more of those brawly style competitions, whether it's Ramacha or the Reinhardt that we're seeing from these two teams. But we're on Gardens, and it looks like with those buffs to Reinhardt you talked about, we're going to see him right away. And I'm excited. As in Overwatch 1 for the longest time, I was a Reinhardt one trick.
I play a lot of Reinhardt in my ranked matches. I'm starting to get close to getting myself out of the medal ranks, but not quite yet. I'm a better caster than I am a player. Don't at me on Twitter. I don't care. Looking at Connecticut, though, they're going to have more sustain here. It's going to be the burst healing coming out from Tisky versus the focused healing coming out from Karma. Both teams have speed, and there's an early pick right out the gate from Evan. BP takes the advantage in. Your boy ain't taking nothing, no sass there from the Huskies, and that's a quick retreat coming out. First capture point percentage is going to go to Bowling Green.
That's going to be an advantage Bowling Green has playing the Ramatra, is when you do pop that Nemesis form, Reinhardt can't do anything about it. You're able to punch through those shields, as we already see a swap coming out over to the Orisa, and I kind of like this. Orisa has the damage that she can do from a distance to help deal with this Ramatra.
Well, I mean, you're also able to take space a lot better. Once the shield is gone, Ramatra cannot deny the fusion driver coming in as well as the spears. You're still going to be able to get speared, even if you're in Nemesis form. So we're going to see that. Now, big change that I like right now is that we've seen the Sojourn come out. And so you're going to have the dispersion field. You're going to have the overclock. You're going to have the charged rail shot. So, I mean, for Bowling Green, I mean, they're going to have to really echo the damage coming in.
Unfortunately, not a great wall there, but they're going to push right in after that wall.
Well, I mean, we go ahead and pop the slow there, and I mean, it gets a little bit of value. Nightmare still holding his space there. This is the difference right now. Running this, they've gone off of the Baptiste and have now brought themselves their own Kitiko into the mix. Blizzard online already, 50% and counting, and there's the environmental coming through. There's the cleanup kills. That'll be an easy hold here now for Bowling Green State University as we cross 55%.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea we always like to see coming out of Evan on this Lucio. We always imagine on Gardens, a Lucio just crazy wall rides, gets the boops, and they did it beautifully there. Really set Bowling Green up, already 70% to boot. And look at these ultimates they have online. They have all 5 of them. This is going to make it extremely tough for University of Connecticut to come in, and they really need Tiskai with this Kitsune Rush to come through.
I mean, they could basically pop the Blizzard right now and go in with a dueling Kitsune Rushes. Connecticut getting the better act of this.
Yeah, and very unfortunate. The Blizzard just did not get a lot of value because of that Kitsune Rush that went through the middle of it. It allowed the players of University of Connecticut to just kite out of it and just didn't get anything, and the damage had been done. For Bowling Green, the good thing is you did get to 94%, so you're only looking at needing to win 1 fight. So you gotta hope Crazy Chicken goes crazy with this incoming overclock.
I mean, overclock, the overclock barrier, sound barrier ready to go for Bowling State. So, I mean, they can survive this terror surge coming up from your boy Wings. And one of my players to look for, they're looking for an entry angle right now. They're going to walk right through. This is a terror surge coming out, picks up only 1 in it. The ice block form is there, a sound barrier out from Evan BP, and now going crazy on the backside is Nell. So everybody has to kite away from it. Great wall from Echo, but loses their life in the interim. There is just a world of hurt going through. Nelson and Samo, the DPS from the Huskies, cleaning up the fight.
Yeah, that was a really nice wall, as you mentioned, but unfortunate, as that wall went up, the rail shot came through and hit Echo, so then Connecticut was able to push through and finish him off. So, you know, very smart plays coming at it from both of these teams. The thing you're relying on for Bowling Green is you force out all those ultimates out of Connecticut, so Crazy Chicken can come in with this overclock and make something happen without having to worry about any kind of defensive ultimates.
Well, I mean, they've got the Kitsune Rush 7% and counting. They should be able to get out there. And what a boot coming from your boy Wings. Javelin spin, sending the Ramatra off the side. We're rapidly approaching final fight territory here. You still hold on to your overclock, but now you're going into a Kitsune Rush. You're going into the Blizzard Raid. This is starting to go from bad to worse for Bowling Green.
Yeah, as you mentioned, bad to worse. But Bowling Green does get to come back. If they can get Karma to build up to this Kitsune Rush, I think they give themselves a chance, but this is Connecticut's chance to get aggressive.
Well, I mean, they do go ahead and put out that Kitsune Rush first off. They've got the terror spin going. They don't get the value on the back end. They're punishing down on top of Nightmare. Nightmare gets a kill out on Tiskai Echo coming through the end. We're in overtime right now. Big kill coming through from Samuel K. But there is the overclock. There's the charged rail shot. There is the Nemesis form. They take the flip there. I don't know if they're going to be able to touch. Lamborghini just got themselves back into spawn. That's going to do it. 100 to 99. Bowling Green State University weathers the storm and gets out with the sub-map win.
Yeah, what I noticed on that final fight, Billy, was University of Connecticut split themselves pretty hard. Your boy Wings, I think, did a good job and saw the opportunity to try and push and get those environmental kills on that Ramatra, on that Lucio. But the team did not go with them and be able to, you know, support them. And while that was all happening, Karma was able to build up to that Kitsune Rush. Echo threw out an incredible Blizzard, was able to get 2, and it just all went downhill. As we move on to the next submap, as you mentioned, we are now seeing Connecticut go back to this Reinhardt, and I like it better on this map because this is more of an indoorsy, brawly map that Reinhardt thrives in.
Well, I mean, we're looking at the Symmetra and the Junkrat. So slowing, you've got spam damage coming in from all sides. I mean, this is going to be a real big challenge here for Nightmare, but decides to go into Nemesis form early. That early immortality barrier coming out. Your boy is still super low. This guy almost halfway already to a amplification matrix. So, I mean, they take the first point here. Bowling Green State, you know, on the back of their DPS play and just looking at Nightmare being such a clutch. They're in the Ramatra. You know, it doesn't last forever now, but there's an answering pick coming through. So now it's 1 DPS gone from both sides. Immortality barrier out. Once again, Ramatra going burr on the side. Tiskai has that amp matrix out and is laying damage through. This should be a flip here coming through for University of Connecticut. Just looking to see if they have the recontest available. They do, but they've already got the Annihilation online. You're going through there, you're letting it out. That's going to be the fight win there. 25% and counting, and you just let loose with 1 ultimate.
Yeah, and that's, you know, Bowling Green playing with amazing patience. Like you mentioned, it was looking really good for Connecticut. They just buy their time, get back, build up to that Annihilation, and just let it loose. All at the same time, Crazy Chicken, in the midst of all that chaos, won the 1v1 battle against Nels, who was on that Junkrat. Now on the Cassidy. Looks like your little crystal ball is coming true. We're seeing the Cowboy make an appearance.
Well, I mean, here we go. Kitsune Rush coming out, but the kills are already coming through. Blizzard out as well at 55% and counting, and Nightmare is not done. They're not taking any sass for them coming through. The Peacekeeper ringing true, but they got that shield up, and there goes Echo. Icicle through the head. Man, they only had to use the Kitsune Rush there to get that done. The Blizzard did its job. Man, I mean, that's some pretty good ultimate discipline coming through for Bowling Green.
Exactly, and that's the aggression you want to see out of a team like Bowling Green in the position they are. You do not want to give Connecticut the space to push through, as they will now have to. Now we're in a Ramatra mirror, as your boy Wings putting on a lot of pressure.
I mean, sound barrier available to Evan right here. You're looking at it for Lamborghini as well. 89% and counting. Tire is going to be available. You're going to have to throw out this photon barrier, and they're not even in the server right now. Yeah. That is amazing work coming from them. They popped their sound barrier there, and now you're looking at your boy Wings trying to get the work done. Deadeye on the side, finds something with a shield coming up from Nightmare. Predicted that perfectly, and now you're looking to see Echo. Nightmare almost has Annihilation once again. That is going to be the death knell for them if I ever saw one.
Yeah, and that's going to be a team fight wrap-up. Tiskai just put the cherry on top of that beautiful Sunday with that Kitsune Rush. And Connecticut comes up on the all-intrusive Annihilation. Unfortunately, they're going to have to deal with one out of Nightmare and a Kitsune Rush to boot with Karma. So, like we mentioned, Bowling Green's in the state of 99-99 once again. But we saw what happened last time. They ended up taking the win, but it wasn't as clean as they would have liked it to be.
Yeah, you go in on the back of this slow right now. That is exactly what they need to do. Now they can go ahead and press Q and get it done. There's a Kitsune Rush coming out for them. Amplified healing, amplified damage. Double movement, but Nels taking Crazy Chicken out. This is turning in favor of Connecticut. What a turnaround from the Huskies, 40% and counting. That was the entirety of the war chest for Bowling Green. Ray, this is starting to go from bad to worse once again for Bowling Green.
Yeah, you talked about earlier on this map, the ult discipline coming out from Bowling Green, and that was just the opposite of ult discipline. 3 ultimates used in that fight, not able to cap it at the end of the day, and that, like you mentioned, this is just getting so much worse for Connecticut. They're looking at 2 team fight wins, and Connecticut now has the decisive advantage in the ult economy.
I mean, you were looking at your boy Wings, though, going super low. There's healing there. Tiskai will have Kitsune Rush for this fight. Big kill coming through, though. Now it's your time to push forward. Now you can let loose with your Rip Tire. You've got both DPS ultimates ready to go here for Connecticut. They need to hold the point. They backed up. There's the photon barrier out. Big wall coming through. Sound barrier going to be answered through from Lamborghini. Both squads have it out. They've got the skulls up. Who are they going to find? Nobody. It's just basically a reload opportunity. Now they're starting to push in. Now they're going to go in the back of this big concussion mine coming through from Crazy Chicken, and they're just punching through. This should be GG's here for Bowling Green State University. There's some play here on the point. Your boy Wings ain't done yet. Big shield coming through. They're playing a little shield dancing. Crazy Chicken cleaning that up. And that should be, for all intents and purposes, that for Lijiang Tower. Bowling Green comes back huge. Still 99-96. It'll be 100-96 here at the end. No last second touch from the Huskies, and Bowling Green State University come out with a 2-0 sub-map win here on Lijiang Tower and go up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, I think Connecticut, both teams have looked extremely impressive. Like, both of those maps came down to the wire, but the one silver, just the thread that connected both of those sub-maps, we talked about it. At the end of this specific map on Gardens, your boy Wings pushed up and tried to put pressure all alone on that Orisa, and they weren't with him, and they end up losing because of that. And that final fight was pushed up too far on the Ramatra, gets punished. Bowling Green's able to push in and make things happen. So if Connecticut, if the Huskies want to come back and win this match, I think they got to have that mentality of staying together as a team, especially in these Ramatra compositions.
Well, I mean, we saw the echo finally come through from your boy Wings, mirroring into what Bowling Green State are trying to dish out here. And I mean, Nightmare, I don't know if you're going to be able to run Ramatra the entire day. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. But I tell you, as we head into hybrid, now I think that we'll be able to see what both teams are going to be able to bring to bear on each other. Paraíso is going to be the map. Now, Ramatra can take a look at them. And, I mean, we've got substitutions coming in. We've got Goldfish coming in, Samo out. And then your boy Wings is taking a seat as well, and Rich is going to come in the tank department. So UConn making some changes up right now. Now, Paraíso, Ray, I mean, Ramatra can work here. Reinhardt can work here. I'm actually looking forward to seeing maybe a different off-tank, as it were, come in. I think Devo works extremely well here, regardless of if the other team is running a shield tank or not. You can't defend everybody all at once, and the ability to take high ground here is going to be key for both squads. So, Ray, take us through what you think we're going to see here from both sides.
I'm actually so glad you mentioned Diva, Billy. I don't know if we, are on the same wavelength right now, but I was going to bring up the Diva. I think this is a perfect map for Diva to show her strengths, because the high ground is throughout the entirety of Paraíso, but as the attacker or the defender on first point, having control and being able to take it away from the enemy team on that first high ground we see when you come out of spawn is so important. So characters like the Diva, and if you want to go main tank, like the Winston, being able to get up there and take that away has so much value on a map like Paraíso. So those are the kind of picks, there's especially Wrecking Ball as well. Those are the three I think you start to look at when you come to a map like Paraíso.
I think the big thing is that you have to have damage mitigation. And you were saying, we're kind of on the same wavelength. We're both color casters. I'm just filling in for the play right now. So, I mean, you have done your homework as well. And, it just depends on how you want to bring this out. Now, we're going to see Bowling Green State come out here on the attack. So Connecticut has decided that they wanted to defend first, and this is their chance to show Wrecking Ball come in here. Now, you don't have damage mitigation. You have displacement, but you don't have the same damage mitigation, even, as flimsy as the Winston bubble is. The one thing that you're going to have a lot of here for Connecticut in their defense is mobility, except you're running with Zenyatta. That is very strange to me indeed. Looking at Bowling Green State, as they're going to come out the gates here, they're going to have a damage boosted Ash and Nightmare to take space. Yeah,
I'm really curious to see how these interactions are going to work. Like you mentioned, the Zen is kind of the sore thumb that sticks out for Connecticut. And for Echo on this Genji, it just makes a target that's so diveable. And just basically the Zenyatta is putting up a sign, please come dive me, Echo.
I mean, if you're going to look at from the back here, and we see that Tiskai is just loaded up here in the back, going to be looking for volleys. So you're looking pure damage here. I mean, the healing orb doesn't do a lot, but you're looking for focused damage coming in. I mean, looking at Crazy Chicken, definitely has their eye on the Zenyatta. We're going to see what kind of work can get done here. The TNT does come out from Crazy Chicken. Looking forward, Bob will be incredibly impactful here. They're going to have to be chunked down very quickly. But I mean, looking at ultimates right now, I mean, we're seeing Lamborghini just getting a ton of work done on this Kiriko. So now we're going to see the dive come through. There's going to be the value of that Discord orb, but I mean, burst down will be huge. Goldfish gets the first kill.
Yeah, the one thing I like seeing from both these teams is the patience. waiting for the slam, waiting for the Winston engage, and allowing these hit scan players like Crazy Chicken on the Ashe, like Goldfish on the Soldier, to just pop off and make things happen. So it's a nice change of pace for me because I'm used to Winston compositions being so aggressive and looking to set up, but they're playing really patiently.
Oh, here's the counter that I wanted to see. Now you've got extra damage mitigation coming through here. You've got a deployable shield that's able to be recalled. You've got kinetic grasp. So, I mean, there are options here. Blade and Bob should come up into this fight as well as the Kitsune Rush. You also see Karma ditch the Mercy and bring out the Ana. I love it. There's a sleep, and now they're going to put the anti on top of him.
Yeah, will he be able to get out as a question? No, he cannot. Very well coordinated by Bowling Green to make that happen. And now this is their opportunity to get in and make something happen.
Well, I mean, we're looking at the point starting. Well, I was saying there's going to be starting to go through. Zenyatta pumps their Transcendence, and there's a blade out from Echo. So great answer there. No work getting done yet. There's going to be well, here comes Bowling Green State. They've got their Kitsune Rush out there. So, I mean, I don't hate it. Mine's on the point. Are you going to be able to get out? They have to duck away from that. Tiskai goes down. So now you're down to one healer. Big dive and the blade comes out. Bob is doing a lot of work, but Nels is answering back. This should have been done and dusted. But I tell you what, Nelson got some work done. You still got the ball ready to go and come in and slam and try and get some kills on the exit. They don't get it. That'll be the point A being captured by Bowling Green State University, but it took them almost 3 minutes.
Yeah, that was a really good time drain coming out of the University of Connecticut, as you mentioned. Very excited to see how they continue. Now they're going to swap off the ball. They don't like the ball play in the second point, and I kind of agree to a point. It's a lot of just straight and long alleys, and sometimes that could... There's just not a lot of different angles for ball to play with. Going over to the Ramatra, going to allow them, especially if you can get into the face of the Sigma. Sigma likes to play for a distance. So if you're rich and you guys can close the distance, Sig's not going to like that.
No, they're really not. But I mean, right now you're looking at Gravitic Flux. You're looking at a Nano Boost. I mean, throw that into a Gravitic Flux. That's going to go 75% of your max HP down and dusted. Nothing to defend against it either.
Yeah. Ooh, Gravitic Flux already. Nicely done by Nightmares. They're going to make things happen.
Oh, man, what a cleanup there. What a cleanup there. Echo getting out with their live. They'll be able to get top back up, hopefully very soon. Blade, Nano Blade will be coming out in the next fight. But they do have an answer. Goldfish has their overclock on. I say that as Nightmare just decides to delete the Widowmaker. They're going to have all the tools here moving inside of the club. Ray, I'm getting a little scared here for UConn.
Yeah, I'm getting very scared for UConn, and out comes the blade to just put the exclamation point on the end of the sentence. That is a very impressive second point cap coming out of Bowling Green State University.
I mean, we're going to look at what? It's 3:45 on the clock. They've got 2 points on the clock. Once that is done, Echo has just decided they're going to end that resistance right there, Ray. I mean, looking at ultimates right now, Transcendence and Kitsune Rush going to be available. So you're going to have a very sturdy annihilation coming through for Rich.
Yeah, and the only thing you have to defend against it is a Kitsune Rush, which is more used offensively. So this is pretty much a free annihilation, as you mentioned, coming out for Rich. So he's got to be feeling very good right now.
And they've really shut down Crazy Chicken on this Ashe. We've only seen one Bob come out. Annihilation is going to be available, but the sleep comes through, so now they know they can press the go button here. Healing coming through once again from Karma. Karma going to be looking to build up this next Nano beat, and this Nano. There's a Kitsune Rush coming out from Melodolist. They're going to be pushing into it. Transcendence is going to keep them perfectly alive through it, but Crazy Chicken getting work done on the back. You're kind of down healing right now. You still have the burst potential coming through. Ray, this is going to turn really bad for Connecticut.
Yeah, it definitely is, and they just allow the Sigma to get in. I mean, we talked about how Sigma doesn't like, getting into the face of people, but Nightmare's like, I don't really care. I'll get in your face and I will kill you anyway. Nightmare is playing amazingly.
I mean, Nightmare is the tank that doesn't want to die. And I mean, big rocks coming through, big follow-up coming through. This is going to be a push here towards the end. Bob ready to go. This is going to be the great contester to kind of push away Connecticut from the point. And you're also looking at another blade. Almost online. Karma back in with the Mercy of all choices. Looking for that, and they're going to look for a damage boost.
Yeah, as the Bob goes in, but down goes Crazy Chicken.
Yep, I mean, this is a completely flip here. I was expecting the bomb to get a lot more done. They just go out, and Rich going over to their own. Sigma has gotten the work done. Blade out from Echo once again. Big res coming through. Deflect comes through. No value from this Blade so far, but the pressure is done. They're still contesting point. There's a big chunk of your healing going down. Tiskai has brought out the Baptiste 70% towards their amplification matrix.
Yeah, as they're going to look to... Oh, but Rick going down, I think, to his own accretion or his own spears. That's not good. And this is looking so good for Bowling Green to deliver this with time on the clock.
Nightmare gets it done there with a 2K. I mean, Nelson's getting work done here with the Cassie, but Nightmare cleans it up once again. Crazy Chicken with a deuce there. 1:15 on the clock will be the time bank set by Bowling Green State University. Changes came through once they realized the composition that University of Connecticut were running, Ray. They really decided that they wanted to change the script. They flipped it on them. We saw changes come out quite nicely from UConn, but they just weren't able to halt the progress coming in.
Yeah, one thing to highlight with the changes that Bowling Green made, we talked about, they got that first point, but it wasn't an easy one. 75% of your time was taken off the clock, and they had a minute left. So to be able to end up delivering both the second and the third point and still bank over a minute on the clock, that just shows you the ability for them to swap to that Sigma. As you mentioned, being able to have that deployable shield to help a Crazy Chicken on the Ash, to help if Echo ever gets into a dangerous spot and has to back out, you can throw that shield out and protect him and not allow him to die. It adds so much value. And here we go for Bowling Green on this defense, pulling out the diva like we wanted to see. I was actually playing some Overwatch the other day, and I actually really enjoy diva playing into the ball. I think it's an underrated counter to go against ball.
Well, there's no recharge time. There's no reload on her cannons, on her hand cannons. So, I mean, it's a consistent source of damage. It's going to pull out a lot from UConn to be able to defend up against that, and especially if you're running with an Ana right now. Nano boosted Diva is a scary proposition. They've got a ton of sustain here going in. They're going to look for the approach here from Rich. On this Wrecking Ball, they're going to look to try and displace and get around the back of the point and pull the focus away from Bowling Green. Bowling Green not taking the bait, looking for the back end of this. Big early kill coming from Crazy Chicken. Discord Orb is on Nightmare. Just gets out, back into the safety arms of their healers. Big amount of damage coming through on the Crazy Chicken, but immediately healed up Ray. This was a great first fight.
Yeah, this is the one thing, if you're Nightmare on this diva, is you have to be weary of, is it looks like this guy might be swapping, but the Discord Orb is the one thing that kind of threatens you and is a little dangerous. But we're seeing now they're pulling out the Ana. So now you just have to be weary of the anti-nade, but as long as you have a Kiriko on the field, you can always clean that up for you. That's why Kiriko's such a powerful pick right now.
Great positioning here coming from Bowling Green State University. Just looking at the sight lines. The diva right now is just eating damage as it comes in and allowing the DPS to really get through. But big pick there coming through from Rich 41 onto Crazy Chicken. No healing, no res available. Looking for a little bit of help here. The grandma in trouble. Gonna have the nade, but gets picked out early. That is a massive amount of kills coming through. This is gonna be a very quick take here at point A.
And this is where we're seeing the value of the displacement that the Wrecking Ball provides. We saw Rich swing up to Crazy Chicken on that Cassidy, knock him forward into the rest of his team off the high ground. Then they're able to take full advantage. Then they do it again, set that up on the Ana, as you mentioned. So Rich 41 is just putting on a masterclass of how to use Wrecking Ball properly on a map like this.
I mean, you're looking at Blade and Deadeye coming up into this fight. Sleep is the only thing that they've got to really defend against that, unless Rich can get in there and take care of it well. And losing one of your main DPS right now is a hurtful situation. They're getting the look on the back of it. But Nelson's been getting work done on this Tracer. Big pulse bomb comes through. Nightmare is on the Winston and gets absolutely decimated. Got stuck with it. Nines come out looking for the Cassidy here, doesn't find him, gets rolled out. This is going to be a little bit of a reset here coming through, but Nell's still getting work done with the machine pistols. Working on the Genji next is out of movement, so they're going to be looking forward. Karma, though, on the Mercy right now, is going to be able to keep them as a 5. Blade comes out, they're going to be looking for the damage coming through. No joy there. Echo does get one, takes out their counter. Now you're looking for the finish-up kills. Nightmare and company are getting it done. What a three-piece shuriken coming through. They got the work done. Now they need to see if Echo can get out, which they do. Now we're seeing, you know, a little bit of a reset here. Rich is still doing work in the back, but Ray, I mean, that was a great amount of stop there coming from Bowling Green State.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be really bad when they started to get aggressive with that Kitsune rush, but Echo did a great job of pulling out the blade at the right time to put pressure on the backlines and thwart any teamwork ability they were going to use with the Kitsune rush.
Well, now we're looking at machine pistols once again. Nels has the lock on lock. I mean, headshot after headshot. I mean, nice little trade there. The more mobile DPS coming through. Big anti coming out through. No healing available to them. Has to pop the prime to keep themselves alive. Crazy Chicken taking down the tank. This has got to be a tactical reset for UConn.
Yeah, it got to be. As Crazy Chicken already built up to another high noon, has been playing very impressive on the Cassidy, being able to throw that grenade, almost the sticky flashbang that he has, onto the ball to get that burst damage and allow you to finish him off as he's rolling in, just bringing a lot of value to help them deal with this displacement that Rich has just been throwing at them.
I mean, you're basically sending Nels out there to be the pestilence that a Tracer is. Big anti coming through. Gets full value out of it. There's a big bulkier healing out. Now this is the go button for UConn. Huskies getting through. Goldfish starting to light it up. Carmen does get their healing through, but that overclock is way too damn powerful, and you throw out the mines to finish off the deal. The Glockster comes out. No place for the Mercy to go. That's going to be a reset there. Well, they find somebody to actually tether to. They stay up. Now you're looking at Deadeye. Are they going to recontest here? A couple meters to go. I think they're just going to go ahead and, well, I say that. They get onto the point. They've got the bubble over the point there, 3.73 meters away. Deadeye comes out and gets slept. Huge from Tis, guys. That is massive coming from them. Now they've got the end or the nano going through. That is a scary proposition. Absolutely gets put through there. The magnetic grenade goes through. Nelson is still nanoed and still laying hell across the point here. Rich and company are going to take this point. Man, they have really stuck their feet into this. Glockster is out looking for their opposite, and Nelson company finally get it done. 2:56 on the clock.
I love seeing the Mercies bring out that Glock during Valk. It just warms my heart to see them get in the action instead of just, you know, healing and damage boosting. Connecticut has themselves in a good spot. Like, as long as you don't bring this to overtime, you're going to get that second attack and bring this to extras. If you're Bowling Green, worst case, you're trying to stop them, but if you can bring them to overtime, you're going to put yourself in a prime position, and they have this blade online to use.
I mean, they've also brought out Karma onto the Brigitte, so they're looking to completely counter Nels out. And there we go. The bash and then the headshot coming through from Crazy Chicken, getting the work done with the Peacekeeper once again. Rich is in a massive bit of trouble, but a huge anti coming through for Tiskai. The healing is through. The Suzu is there from Lodulus. Now, Mines on the point, looking to get that out. Great use of the flail there to be able to get it done. And I mean, they're just cleaning up this fight. Ray, we're about 40 seconds away from equaling the time. The payload has not crossed the corner.
Yeah, I unfortunately don't think that was a very good Mines, but they are swapping to the Ramatra now. Really hoping to be able to get to this high ground and use the ability to just not allow this Winston to make any good dives on anyone, because you have that Nemesis form you can pop when he dives in.
Blade comes out, gets one, gets two. Are you going to get a third? Finds the dash reset, gets three. Massive value out of it. Nice little shot into the deflecting Genji there. Echo goes down, but the damage is done. Karma looking for it, gets the stick, takes down Karma. So now you're without a healer and a DPS. This is the moment for them to push forward, try to get some movement on the payload. 110, they are not going to equal the time of Bowling Green State University. However, Nano and Overclock ready to go. We're looking at Deadeye coming out. Are they going to find anything with it? They get it, Skull. They take down Rich. That is a priority pick coming through. This has got to be a last second reset here for UConn.
Yes, but UConn is coming into this fight 3 ultimates in their back pocket. And the only thing Bowling, oh my goodness, that is nasty coming out of Crazy Chicken. All Bowling Green has to sustain is this Rally. Rally is a very powerful ultimate, however, so Connecticut's gonna have to commit 2 or 3 of these ultimates just to try and help combat this Karma rally.
I mean, you've got double support ultimates coming through for University of Connecticut. You got the overclock. Nels has brought out their own soldier to get more done. Annihilation not getting done. That is a great rally coming through. But Goldfish is not done yet. Tiskai gets the anti-culling in. There's still life left for UConn. One more fight, one more good fight, I think, here for Bowling Green State to pull them into overtime. Well, they're going to get there with overtime. So we're looking at Nightmare. Nightmare's going to be able to displace everybody with Primal Rage once they build this up. It's all going to come down to what does Tiskai get done with this Ana. The antis have been huge this map.
Yeah, exactly. As Nightmare looking to try and die, but Echo going down, that's already not going to be the opening you needed if you are Bowling Green.
Oh, no. What a sleep. I said that Tiskai was going to be the answer here. Well, they've got the, they got it. They got it. They did enough. Tiskai showed up massive there in the end. Ray, the sleep, the anti, everything coming to fruition for them. And they get their capture. Now, it's all going to come up to what Bowling Green State can do here with their minute 15. We're going to see University of Connecticut. I believe they get a minute on the clock here.
Nope.
No, they do not.
No, they do not. Because Bowling Green finished with over a minute. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're going to have a minute 15 to be able to get a pick. And I mean, the way that they got stymied on the first point.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, UConn can theoretically pull a draw out here and consider that a win. Rich bringing out the Winston. Nightmare is going to come out with the Sigma. So, I mean, Rich, well, we're going to see some changes come out here from Bowling Green. I'm not going to stick with that right now, but look at what UConn have brought out here. Spot healing, hit scan, double hit scans coming out for UConn. This should be a good defensible point.
Yeah, we are really starting to see these new changes to these heroes really providing a really awesome and interesting new meta coming out. Being able to see the Sojourn and the Soldier together is really cool because the Soldier has less recoil when you're trying to build up to it. And it just brought a whole new dimension to Soldier. As we're going to see Winston v. Winston going at it. So we're going to have to see what Crazy Chicken can do trying to go up against this Soldier and Echo.
I mean, you've got damage boost as well, so I mean, that's just going to help build the ultimate even faster. It's all about sightlines right now, though, and just blinking poor Nightmare. It's all going to be about the approach. If they can take down Rich, well, I say that, there goes your main source of healing. Already off the table. Goldfish gets a clean on the back. Rich with 2. The res does come through, but they need to get out. They need to get out right now and give themselves time. 30 seconds left here, just about. Tiskai almost halfway to Nano already. Big dynamite coming through. They're going to need to get a lot more of that, and they're going to need to push here with less than 30 seconds on the clock. Nightmare switching over to the Diva. I like this, getting beyond the bubble and being able to pour that damage in on top of this Winston. This is exactly the route they needed to go.
Yeah, I agree. The micro damage, it's just gonna, because you're in kind of like this, we got to get a pick, we got to get it quick. So Diva being able to dive in, have that defense matrix available, and the micro missiles gives them that opportunity.
Unless you get demeched in a hurry and anti comes out. Karma has been nanoed. Oh my lord, there's the anti. Echo going down, big part of damage out. Sleep is out, so now you've got a free reign to get on top of your damage up there. Anti comes out. We're in overtime now. Hopefully they can get back. Nel's starting to light it up here with the Soldier. Gets the demec through. There goes the Pilot Diva. This will be a tie here for Bowling Green State University. They're going to go ahead and go to map number 3. Still down 1-0. But, I mean, they're going to have a chance, you know, to pull themselves back level on our escort map. But, man, Bowling Green, I mean, even with the minute 15, not enough time really to pull up any kind of meaningful ultimates. I think the fastest one that you might have been able to get would have been maybe Pulse Bomb, if you're lucky. I would have actually rather to see the Ramatra come out there and just walk onto the point. But Echo getting the work done. And Ray, I mean, what do you think Connecticut can do now to pull themselves even in this series?
I mean, I liked what I saw from Connecticut, especially on that defense in the extras. They were all playing together. We saw the double hit scan and the Mercy protecting each other. Whenever the Diva or the Winston came in, they were there. Even the Genji was diving with them, but because they were always there. And then we saw the Peel coming back from Rich on the Winston. So the teamwork you can see is there. That was kind of lacking sometimes on Lijiang Tower. They just got to string together some more of those moments of them all being on the same page together. And we're going to have ourselves a series, which we already do, but this could get really competitive.
Well, but everybody out there, get yourself something to drink. Maybe get yourself a snack. We're going to let the teams figure out how they want to take our escort map when we come back from this short little break. Welcome back, everybody. New Queen Street is our next map, going to the Frozen North here. Map number 3, Paraíso, turned out to be a draw, as we saw the DPS really come alive, and Rich coming in on the tank was a big factor. But now your boy Wings coming back in, Sam also coming back in for Fish. So, you know, Ray, we're going to see what Canada holds here for these two squads. And, I mean, I'm looking to see what Samo and Nelson are going to be able to do here. Nelson was getting a lot of work done, but Fish was the kind of the yin to the yang for Connecticut. Now we've got the May coming back in here. Looking at the two squads right now, Ray, I'm kind of concerned about what the Huskies are smithing in here.
Yeah, I'm curious because I had a feeling that these Ramachas would be coming out to play, especially on this map, New Queen Street, a little more close to intermediate level. But really, this is a straight-up mirror, except Echo's on the Reaper versus Samo on this Mei. So really, Samo's going to have to get lots of value of trying to wall off Nightmare on this Ramacha. That's the value in the Mei, is these walls.
I mean, the chunk down ability of a Reaper onto a Ramatra is also very providential for Bowling Green State. So you're looking for cordoning off versus pure DPS burst down coming from Bowling Green State. First fight going the way of Connecticut. Lamborghini comes out with 2. And you know what? That's going to be a fight win here for Connecticut. They definitely got the value out of this first fight.
Yeah, they definitely did. Lamborghini, I love that name. It's just great. But 2 environmental kills off the back, just looking incredibly strong as they already have this Kitsune Rush to use, and that's going to be a very important tool to use if they can get aggressive with it, Billy, because Karma is getting really close. But if, like I mentioned, if they just get in and use it now, they can take a very quick second decisive fight.
Well, I mean, this fight is going to really come down to who presses it second, I think. I mean, you can get aggressive with it, but Karma has answered theirs right now. So now you can wait. It's pretty much simultaneous as we join here in the fight. Nightmare is about 10% ahead of on Annihilation, but what a Blizzard coming out. Tiskai on the back with those kunai takes down Nightmare before they can build up any more, and that is just a complete stomp coming out of Connecticut. They win it. We take Timothy Smythe to the butt scratch.
Yeah, the Mei value with the walls already working so well for Connecticut. What the Reaper provides is the ability for all of that burst damage to be able to try and focus down this Ramatra, but they're just using the walls to perfection, alienating player after player and making it work as we see the overclock getting popped by Crazy Chicken.
Oh, what a sound barrier that comes out from Lamborghini, though, keeping everybody alive. They're going to wish they had that back because Annihilation and the Death Blossom comes through, picks up 2. Lamborghini does take down Echo in the intro, but that is a fight win. It only cost you, it cost you 2 ultimates, both your DPS ultimates off the board. However, we just saw Kitsune Rush let loose in both in the previous fight. They're both almost 70% towards the next one.
And look at this, Billy. Bowling Green already seeing the value that Samo's been getting out of this Mei. Has Echo now swapping over to this Mei. But this is where things get dangerous since, as mentioned, the butt scratch mode was achieved. They're going to have to take a second fight really close and not get much distance as they would have liked.
Oh man, what a wall coming out from Samo once again. They have to pull out the, they've got to pull out the block though, because the answering Annihilation is even better coming out of Nightmare. The healing is there. Nightmare so low, they've got to pump the healing into him. Amped healing comes through from Evan BP, and now they're going to start pushing forward. Big disruption field come through. Echo getting their counterpart. Oh my goodness, your boy Wings is so low. Tiz guy is so low. The slow comes through. Karma finding landing blows with the kunai. Big slow coming through once again. And we've got a Blizzard coming out here from UConn. No, the value kind of sort of there. You lose a healer and a DPS, but Nightmare and company still pushing forward. Nels now looking forward to an overclock, but I think that we might get to butt scratch moment here, especially with this forward position that we're seeing from Crazy Chicken, trying to take this high ground away from Connecticut. This is going to be an intense fight coming up.
Yeah, I like what we're seeing out of Bowling Green, the swaps they made or Echo to go onto this main. Now they're going to be able to have the Blizzard come back in the fight, but I kind of like this. Knowing they had a player down, back up, take the fight in the intermediate, and not try and force 4v5 and lose in a bad position.
Oh, that wall actually kind of hurting them. They had the ability to go in. Crazy Chicken takes out Samo. No Blizzard gain towards that. Now they're just going to speed in. WM1 into the other team. Your boy Wings trying to get out and does not find the joy. The freeze comes through. Echo is getting work done on this Mei. That's a clean fight win. Butt scratch will be taken.
Yeah, very impressive from Bowling Green. I just love to see teams like at that peak, like it's almost like the GIF where like the numbers are going around, and you just to know to back out, put themselves in a better position to get their player back and take a fight in a better position overall.
I mean, there's a wall coming through again. It shuts off the overclock once again. Now the answering wall coming through Echo. Echo has a free blizzard coming through here, but the headshot comes through from Samo, takes them out. Your boy Wings and company have turned this fight on their head. Nels getting the work done with the charged headshots. They're not taking any questions here. They're not wanting to talk to your manager. Your boy Wings has shown up big. Sound barrier ready to go in the next fight. Well, Bowling Green, they have their work cut out for them.
Yes, they do have their work cut out for them, but they do come back into this next fight with 4 ultimates to use. So this is their opportunity. As long as we've said in these previous maps, if they can maintain a good ult economy, but with Crazy Chicken going down early, this is looking disastrous for Bowling Green.
Oh man, this is going to be good cart push here coming through for them. I mean, they haven't gotten up to their 76-meter mark, and Tisguys and company pulling back. Going to surround this Echo here on the Blizzard. It does not. It comes out. They're in the middle of it. Nightmare pushing through. They're starting to work. They're starting to make it turn around in their favor. Can they get the kills to go through? Nightmare going low down. Huge annihilation coming out from your boy, and they get on the back of it. This should be great cart progress coming here for UConn. They might even be able to finish the point.
Yeah, Lamborghini coming through once again on this Lucio for University of Connecticut. That annihilation got popped and the blizzard, and it was not looking great. But in came that sound barrier to sustain them through that nightmare annihilation, and it was just all they needed. They were able to get the kills, and now look at this cart distance they have. They're looking to finish it off.
Well, this should clean up the fight here. Big wall comes through for Echo, but they're going to go ahead and push on through, get the cart back in their own favor. They're going to start pushing through. They're going to try and find the exit kills coming through. They're going to let, Crazy Chicken get the value on the back of that. Now, we're at 3 minutes here, Ray. You've got the overclock. Nothing else online very close. Maybe the blizzard coming up for Echo.
Yeah, the problem is, like we talked about with these forward spawns, you're taking another fight here, and you really need to try and win this fight with only using one of these DPS ultimates if you want to try and get progress to try and match what Connecticut's already been able to provide.
Well, I mean, they start with the overclock. No joy there. They're going to have to burn the blizzard here. They pick people out. Great use of the wall there. That's a fight win. Now they're going to be able to push through. This should be a considerable amount of push here coming through. They did not get butt scratch. Well, they did get butt scratch moves, so now they're pushing through. 2 minutes 30 on the clock. Overclock, ready to go. Kitsune Rush very close behind.
Yeah, now we're cooking with Crisco if you're a Bowling Green State. Unfortunately, they did have to use both those DPS ultimates. They need Nightmare to build up to this annihilation. They need that for this fight if they want to continue to get this cart progress. But so far, so good from Bowling Green.
Well, there's the annihilation, and immediately take it out of it. That is going to probably be the map here, especially with this overclock. Nels landing huge with all this. Sheesh, getting it done.
As you mentioned, sheesh. It's like my favorite new thing. There is. I just love putting the emphasis on those sheeshes. Besides the point, like you mentioned, that might have been the nail in the coffin, especially that they have both the annihilation and the blizzard to use, and then they have Lamborghini sound barriers, which we've seen throughout this entire map getting max value every time one has been used.
Well, I mean, Bowling Green are building up on their own 2 support ultimates, so that's the good news for them. The bad news is it's not ready yet. Well, Evan says that as we're going to have it coming up right now. Both support ultimates ready to go. Blizzard comes through, takes out Evan. No sound barrier available to you. Less than 90 seconds. Ray, this is a dire situation for Bowling Green.
Yeah, it's a very extremely tough situation to be in as the Huskies are looking to finish this map out. The good thing, if you're Bowling Green, you come back with the blizzard, you come back with the sound barrier, but there is no tank. Your boy Wings died in that fight. They may have the forward spawns, but they're doing the smart thing. Huskies are backing up and looking to take a fight more on the mid ground.
I mean, they can take all these fights at their own leisure now. If they lose one, they can kite back, get their 5 together again, and come back together. But they're not going to do that. They're going to get right in the middle of it. Here comes the annihilation in from UConn. UConn starting to work on the back. Crazy Chicken has this out going out. There goes Echo down with the blizzard being let loose. Sound barrier answered from MVP. They're going to start pushing through, but it's expensive. They're rapidly approaching the 30-second mark. I don't know what they're going to have as far as the last push. This is all going to have to be neutral fights for Bowling Green coming through to the end.
Oh, and with Nels getting 2 picks, this is looking so tough. And they're going to pop the overclock. I think that might have been a little early, might have been a little, too quick to the draw. Whew.
Oh man, I thought that they had it there. I thought that they had the bead there on the Crazy Chicken, but Crazy Chicken gets out of there with their life. Now, 4 seconds left here. Nightmare almost has another Annihilation online. Answering, Kitsune Rush coming through. That's going to be double damage, and big wall coming through from Echo. Echo going super low. They're going to have to get the healing pushing through. Annihilation out from Nightmare. Evan BP cleans up on the back of that, but they're getting so low. Once again, Nelson's just lighting it up. Answering boop coming from Lamborghini. That's a 3K. That'll clear the map. That'll take it to an even score line.
Nels said, I came to play and I am making sure I put my team in a position to win. Just total domination out of the Huskies on that map. But Lamborghini is the one I wanted to talk about, man. I think Lamborghini has stepped it up and has just played amazingly, especially on New Queen Street. So shout out to Lamborghini. Don't get to highlight Lucio's very often, but played the role to perfection and always had max values out of those sound barriers.
Lamborghini really stepped up. Nelson also really big in this map. So now we're all even here as we're going to head now to, I believe it is
Shambali
Monastery. My first time casting this map in an official. I kind of like this map. I think that it has some very unique geometry to it. What I really want to see here is, are we going to have any substitutions coming? We've seen, kind of a rotation every other map coming in from UConn. So we'll see if that's going to stay the course there. But right now, if you're Bowling Green, you got the first control map win. You drew on the hybrid, and now the push map has gone in favor of UConn. UConn definitely getting into their stride now.
Yep.
Shambali has its own quirks to it, as those of us who have played it now. Right? Where do you think our first major focus point needs to be coming out from the defending team?
I'm not going to lie, Billy, thinking about, what we've seen come out of both of these teams. We saw Bowling Green have a lot of success on Padi Isu when they whipped out the Sigma composition and they had Crazy Chicken on the hit scan. I think Shambali could be a symptom of those kinds of compositions. Lots of long sight lines, long alleyways to be able to scope down, being able to have the deployable shield to help that out. I think this could favor Bowling Green coming into this map, but New Queen, the Huskies have all the momentum.
They really do. And I think that we've got swaps coming in. Again, we're going to have the same swaps coming through. So Rich is going to come in. Wings is going to go out. Sam will go out, and Goldfish will come back in. So, sight lines are good here for a defending point of view for hit scans. You've got great sight lines. You're able to look down on top of the enemies. So I think that for Bowling Green here, I think that you need to look outside of your normal play box. I think that they need to swap it up. Maybe bring in, maybe an Echo, depending on how good UConn are able to track a flying hero. We haven't really seen that very much, other than the quick diva that came out from Bowling Green. So, maybe a little bit of a change up in the playbook here might be what is required for Bowling Green. But Shambali is definitely going to be a map that's going to happen. And we're going to get a chance to take a look here at how they are going to transverse this map, because the momentum is clearly in the Huskies side of the server right now. So now, they took a draw. I think they counted that draw as a win for them. They win on New King Street. Now we head to India above Nepal here. For everybody that's interested in the lore, it is actually above in the mountains, above Nepal and the shrine and all that stuff. So think about that. We'll see. We'll see who comes out defensively. And I really want to see if it's UConn on defense, I want to see them come out with a double hit scan look.
Yeah, no matter what, we will just be going down south to map 5 when we do go there. I like that. The Shambali, Nepal, next 2 maps, I'm really loving. I'm digging that. But as we see the teams getting set up defensively from Bowling Green, looking to play the Ramatra setup once again, but they are going to have Crazy Chicken on the Junkrat. And we saw that value on, it was on Lijiang Tower when Crazy Chicken pulled out that Junkrat. Went pretty much insane and kept winning 1v1s in crazy fashions, as the name says. He's Crazy Chicken, man. He's crazy on this Junkrat. So I'm very much enjoying it. So that's the question for University of Connecticut. If they're going to continue to, if they're going to have Rich on this Sigma, Junkrat can just destroy that deployable shield so quickly.
I mean, you do have other bullets in the barrel, though. You've got Kinetic Grasp. You've got the accretion as well. So I mean, you've got options. You don't have to reload your hyperspheres either. Yeah, they know that there's a Widow out there now, so they're scared. We're looking at Crazy Chicken going to be able to try and take this first fight. Shield comes out. Shield goes down. Shield annihilated, by the way, and also the immortality barrier is gone now too. So now this should be a sign for Bowling Green State to be cautious of the Widowmaker double hit scan coming out, but they need to be also aware that they don't have the shield. They don't have that safety rock behind, and now they need to push forward. Here we go. On top of them, Discord Orb comes out from Tiskai. We saw limited value. Nightmare, though, pushes forward with Evan BP. The work is getting done. The walls have been huge. And Bowling Green right now, that was a perfect little push, and they repel the first attack.
Yeah, extremely well played by Bowling Green, being able to, hold the high ground for a little bit, poke with Nightmare on the Ramatra. But once things start to get close quarters, they abandon the high ground, pop that Nemesis for him, and get punching. Because Sigma can't do anything about those stinking punches. You're just in the face of them. It doesn't matter if he throws a shield or does Kinetic Grasp. You still get punched.
There is a little bit of craziness coming out from Crazy Chicken and gets domed by Nels. They're now in a 4v5 situation. This is going to have to be a tactical retreat. They've got Blizzard in hand. They're going to be able to hold the point. Nightmare going down, your tank going out. You need to get out in a hurry and save your recontest around the corner before they capture the first point. Yeah, I think they get out. I think they no. Okay, they do get out.
That kind of reminded me. I think I can.
The little team that could is looking for it. Sites available. Loads of ultimates from both sides here. Connecticut have the real impetus to push through here, but the Blizzard is going to be the great equalizer. But there goes the main source of healing for Bowling Green State University. They're in another 5v4 situation. And we're looking at it. Well, Sound Barrier popped by Evan. There's the annihilation coming out. Big Rock comes through. That's exactly what they needed to kind of counter through. Tiskai getting on the back of it, taking out, once again, another member there of the opposition. Look at the Nemesis form coming through. The Kitsune on top of it. That is bloody scary as well.
Yeah, like you mentioned, that was going to be a lot of ultimates, and I think that was like 8 or 7 ultimates that were thrown out in that one fight. Craziness. And Crazy Chicken was able to bank that tire. So that's going to be a tough play for UConn, but the great thing is Lamborghini has the sound barrier in the pocket, and if they can continue what they were doing on New Queen Street, this tire should be nothing to worry about.
Well, we'll see how they deal with it. Not only that, there's a overclock online. Tire comes through, big wall. Oh my word! The sound barrier once again saves them. Maybe a premature detonation, but now they're going to push through here. Looking at the Nemesis forms from both Crazy Chicken, taking down their Nemesis in Lamborghini. The speed is gone. Nels answering back with a dome shot onto Echo. That dispersion field absolutely pulling up the spades there. Now we see this once again. Nemesis form coming through for UConn. They're looking at it. They're about 15 meters away from the edge here. Looking at Goldfish, puts out that overclock. No joy. Now they're going to answer in with a Kitsune rush. They're pushing in on top. They're trying to take the fight to Bowling Green State University. Progress is getting made. They can't get through. They're looking for an ultimate. Nightmare 3% away from annihilation. They push out on into it. Crazy Chicken takes out the big damage dealers here for UConn. All 3 goes down. No time left. 3.3 meters to go, and they are just getting annihilated here. This is going to point a hold. Man, what a stalwart defense coming out of Bowling Green on the back of just some hero plays. from not only the DPS, but also looking at the supports. They finally got it together, keeping Nightmare alive 9 times out of 10. Ray, I mean, this is dire straits here. One of these two teams is going to go on to match point here.
Yeah, it seemed like Bowling Green came into this map on the defense with a plan. We're going to play this Ramatra. We're going to keep our distance at first. If it gets close, because we're expecting the Sigma, we can brawl it out. Connecticut wanted to play the Sigma, keep the long sightlines, allowed their Widow to pop off. Unfortunately, things didn't go their way. Had to swap to the Ramatra last second, and they couldn't get things going. That's the crazy part about this map. I mentioned how this map could come down to Sigma play and the long sightlines that we saw from Pataisu, that we saw from Bowling Green. They just flipped that on and said, you know what, we're going to go brawl, and we're not even going to play no stinking hit scans. We're going to play May, and we're going to play Junkrat, and we're just going to have so much damage and just play the sightlines perfectly well that Widow can never take advantage.
I mean, Nels was getting it done, though. I mean, they just didn't have the follow-up kills to back it up. You know, it was a headshot here, you know, take somebody down. I really want to see, you know, Goldfish was getting work done, but just not the same impact that we saw there on Paraiso. So, you know, we're going to see the mirror tank matchup here. We're going to look and see what Crazy Chicken and Echo can get done here. The walls were the big reason why they take that map so emphatically. Now, we're going to see, you know, the answer from Nels here. They're going to bring out their own Junkrat. The shielding is going to be very low, very spare. Looking around, the wall comes up. Shield comes out from Rich. Now they have to push up. Suzu has to be burned because they're just getting absolutely floored. Echo in the back once again. There's a big damage dealer out of the gate. Now if they can take down Nels, it'll be the other way down. Crazy Chicken takes them both, and now the healing and the push is on.
Billy, I don't mean to get ahead of myself, but it seems like every time the Huskies have opted in to duel with the Junkrat, Crazy Chicken just proves he's the superior Junkrat. We saw that on Lijiang Tower, we're seeing it on Shambhala, and now Nels is like, all right, you win. I'll go to Hanzo. You got me.
I mean, it's not a bad idea. You're gonna have vision as well. You also have one-shot potential there with the headshot. So I mean, I like the change. Wall not as effective there, but the freeze beam is coming through, and MVP cleans up on the back of it. They are getting the work done. Storm arrows out from Nels, not getting the work done. Already 64% though towards the storm arrow. So we're gonna see if they're gonna be, or the dragon strike. So they're gonna be able to see walking in. But I mean, tire available, healer gone. That is it, done and dusted. Bowling Green State absolutely let them have it and took it in a emphatic fashion. I mean, one fight and basically it was done.
Yeah, that honestly almost felt like a speed run coming out of Bowling Green. Looked like they're kind of, you know, upset to draw Pataisu, that they felt like they could have won, which it was definitely in their hand. They just couldn't get that single tick. And then they, you know, drop New Queen Street to come back, get the momentum back in their favor. I even said I thought coming into this map, because I thought I would see the Sigma compositions that we might favor Bowling Green. It still favored them, but they just kicked butt on that Ramatra composition and let Crazy Chicken do his thing on the Junkrat, and he just popped off. That was insane, seeing some high-tier Junkrat play.
I mean, who doesn't love a Junkrat main?
Exactly.
I mean, it's exciting. And the way that they played off the walls, I think, was really why they got so much value, because there was no route for escape. And even if you were able to teleport, like we saw Tiskai teleport back to their DPS back there, just threw a concussion mine behind the wall and took care of them anyway. So 4 maps in, 2-1. Now your score with the draw that happened on Paraiso. We're going to take a quick little break. We will be back with map number 5 when we come back.
Staying alive and not getting pushed down into really low seeds in terms of like the 9th seed being down there with Colorado, and both these teams fighting for something really important here in the standings.
Yeah, and you think Hawaii gets a win, they could shoot all the way up to 4th, depending on how the tiebreakers work and stuff with St. John's. So lots to play for. And let's go ahead and bring you guys those rosters of both of these teams. We got Akamai. He is here. We got Say. We got Math Dealer, the tank extraordinaire himself, River God, and Banana Lumpia. For Northern Arizona University, we got Tom, Papa KJ, Plebbles, Casey Dunn, and Seikana. Again, both these teams are in the top 10, so expect great things from all the players involved.
You just gotta expect it. And what I'm really looking forward to is what we're going to see on these first maps, especially looking at the map pool that we have. Of course, it is a set map pool, but you're going to Lijiang first. And I always love to say that control is a huge litmus test for the compositions that these teams are going to be playing. If a team goes on to Busan, for example, and they play dive on Mecha Base, the rush capital of the world, you know that they love that dive, and you know that they're going to play it as much as they can. And Lijiang, you have so many different points with so many different styles of play that really it's going to be that tone setter for what these teams are going to play and what adjustments they might have to make.
Exactly. And this is, season 3, new patch. I don't know if you were watching the first game at all, K-Wing, but we've seen a lot of Cassidy actually come into play, which has been really nice to see. We've seen the soldiers coming out. We've seen the wrecking balls, all the sorts. So I'm excited to see what we get coming into Guardians. But it looks like Hawaii electing to go with that staple Sigma that they love so much. They love to give that shield to allow Akamai to pop off. So it's going to be on Northern Arizona to try and dive and stop Akamai from getting those rail shots.
Really good stuff early on as we see University of Hawaii and Matthew are especially teleporting right to the point and just setting up position. The dive's going to come in from Plebbles. Can they find that early pick? They're actually going to get forced outside. They're going to try and dive away, and they're barely going to stay alive. Tom goes down to just a few points of HP. Both the DPS barely staying alive for Northern Arizona. You're looking at some thin margins, razor thin, and they have just fallen off them. And it is University of Hawaii soundly taking that first fight.
Yeah, and that's the cleanup coming in. I mean, lots of damage on this composition for University of Hawaii. And, the Tracer and the Winston can be so frail in these long fights. So the amount of, if they allow Say to get that beam charged up off the Winston shield, that's where things start to become dangerous.
Yeah, that is really just where this is where you can just see the damage get pumped in, and Matthew are starting it off incredibly well with that first pick, and you are going to see the University of Hawaii get a bit more aggressive, but the point is not too much. Akami going to get 2 picks and seal off the fight.
Yeah, the supports for University of Hawaii are playing so well right now. I don't know if you noticed, K-Wing, but Matt Dealer got down to about like 50, 60 HP, but they came through with the protection Suzu, the amp matrix with the heals came in, were able to top him off, and then that's where the sustained and the amount of damage his composition had came into play. They got the picks, and then we're able to heal up, and they're going to engage with the sound barrier.
Aggressive beat coming in from the University of Hawaii. They're going to use the overclock. They're going to use the Sigma ult, and they're going to get a win off of it. But it's a quick fight, and Northern Arizona, they've got the ults.
Yeah, they do, as you mentioned. But, I mean, so far they just have not been able to combat this damage. The good thing is they can try and use this sound barrier from KC Dunn to try and give themselves that extra health to try and deal with the extra damage. But Say just has this photon barrier you can throw down to protect the team.
Dual Kitsune rushes coming out. Both these teams are going to be dishing out damage for days. Huge deflection there, as Level's not able to knock any University of Hawaii members off the map. The beat's going to come out from KC Dunn, but it's just going to keep them alive for long enough to get one pick onto Akami. Can they stay alive? The University of Hawaii is still holding. They're going to keep into overtime, and they're just looking for one more pick. They're going to find it onto Say, and now they start to crumble. And Northern Arizona are going to, after some struggles, take this point back. They're going to have to hold it for 99 points.
Yeah, again, very expensive. Yeah, but that was an expensive fight, A-Wing. Like, 4 ultimates were thrown in there. The good thing was they were able to bank that overclock, and Hawaii doesn't really have anything. They're coming into a dry fight. So Northern Arizona has to take advantage while they have the ult advantage in this next fight, because Hawaii will come into the fight after this with lots of ultimates to try and commit, and they only have to win one more fight.
The name of the game is early picks for Northern Arizona. If they can get it, they might be able to stay alive, but that's not the early pick they wanted. Akami finds the pick on the Tom. While Tom's using the ult, Say goes on to the Reaper, is going to fire those shotguns. The percussive blast just gonna signal a University of Hawaii victory. They use no ults. They just get pick after pick, and they've just got their ults.
Yeah.
One for Hawaii.
Yeah, that just showed the power and the star-studded skill that Akamai brings to this game. They popped the overclock, and Akamai said, nah, headshot, rail shot, you're done. There goes your overclock, and there goes the map. So, I mean, that's the power of University of Hawaii. They have the skilled players, and they have the pieces around them to enable them to do great things, and their teamwork is impeccable. As we come into the indoor map control center, again, they're going to go full. They're going to continue to play this Sigma, but they're making the necessary swaps to deal with a more close-quartered, brawly type of map. They're pulling out the Junkrat now, and we saw in the previous series, Crazy Chicken on the Junkrat gave the enemy Ramatra so much trouble.
It's just so much damage, and with such a big target like Ramatra, you can take so much advantage as both these Junkrats charging up so fast their ultimate. Rebels has to play a lot more passive than Ramatra would usually want, but Say is on the flank and is going to take out already Papa KJ. Tom's going to go low and just gets pressure on them. Akami is going to get thrown off, but it's not going to be enough. And University of Hawaii is going to take that point early, but not without some difficulty.
Yeah, it was a little bit tougher than their previous fights, but they get the job done nonetheless. They just can't get as aggressive and push up because they have to wait for their respawners. But the big problem that Northern Arizona University is about to run into, Hawaii and Say, very and dangerously close to this Riptire. They got to really hope Casey Dunn can put in a lot of ult charge in this fight and have the sound barrier ready.
Yeah, you just have to get a lucky shot. They don't have a lot of burst damage. That hit scan burst damage that Sojourn usually provides is not there. You can't really cancel out the Riptire as easy as now Plebbles pushing in very aggressive, but here comes the Riptire from Say. Can it find those picks? It's gonna find 2. But Northern Arizona, they return the favor right back. 2 picks from them. It's gonna be Say and Akami, both the DPS. Ult's gonna come in left and right. The Coalescence, the beat from Northern Arizona. River's gonna find that first pick. Levels has the Annihilation should they choose to use it, but they won't get it in time. And Northern Arizona are just gonna be forced to retreat, nearly take it, but not enough.
Yeah, and unfortunately, in a losing fight like that, to commit sound barrier from KC Dunn was just very unfortunate. I know they felt like that was turnable, but that was going to be tough no matter what. And they're all relying on Plebbles to pop off of this annihilation. But Banana Lumpia can always just throw in the sound barrier.
And that's exactly what happens. Stay gets to pick onto Tom. The Gravitic Flux is going to absolutely devastate the members of Northern Arizona, but the annihilation is there. Banana Lumpia goes in too far and just can't get themselves out. No fancy footwork can save you now. Say's gonna go down. They'll take one with them, but it's Northern Arizona taking the point.
Yeah, but that's 87% for Northern Arizona University. As like I mentioned, we've seen the Cowboy out of Akamai. I know he's been on it for a minute, but now mentioning it, being able to have that magnetic grenade to try and set up for a big kill onto a Squishy who's low HP, and that magnetic grenade does so much damage, but out comes the Tire looking to make something happen.
Tom uses the Tire, gets the pick onto Math Healer, and that's just going to delay that attack just a little more. But the Cassidy, with that buff, you have a bit more range and a bit more mobility as well with the Peacekeeper fall-off buff, as well as the combat roll no longer being blockable.
I think they just realized that Say is behind.
Oh, that's disgusting. Akami goes down, and it is all University of Hawaii.
It is, and now they're gonna throw in the Coalescence as well, and they're going to make things happen.
2 picks from River God. It was almost Northern Arizona's there, but they just can't keep on to it. And River God just finds that pick, finds that perfect opportunity.
And this is where things get tough, as KC Dunn was a late stagger, and they need that sound barrier K-Wing. Can they touch in time? Oh, they can! What a great accretion!
That was devastating. Absolutely devastating for Northern Arizona. They just couldn't get on the point in time. That accretion absolutely saved the entirety of University of Hawaii there from that last fight. As just so incredible. Wow. Such a heads-up play.
That, just like you mentioned, heads up. So much, just smart plays coming out of University of Hawaii. Not only do they have the skilled players, they have the teamwork, they have the knowledge and the smarts to make adjustments mid-game and makes things happen. It's a big reason why they're within, they're 6 right now, but they have a chance to go up to 4, as we mentioned, one of the top teams in EGF Overwatch right now.
That they are, and they're like we said at the start, they are in a really tight wolf pack right at the center there. And if they want good positioning, and if they want to climb these ranks, this is how it starts. Good, solid, consistent play, and moreover, really smart play, which is what you've been seeing, especially at the end, but just generally with the Sigma play and with these supports, these tanks, playing really well synced up, really well in unison, working together as a unit.
Yeah, and this begs the question, what can Northern Arizona University do to try and get back in the series? It's a tough question. I mean, I feel like you got to try and put this pressure on Akamai. Akamai has been a big player setting things up, but Hawaii's going to do everything they can to pour all of their, their heals, their peel from their tank. They're going. It's almost kind of like a protect the president. Let Akamai protect him. Let Akamai do his thing, and things will come, great for us. So you're going to have to unhinge that somehow. But we do head into Pataisu for this next map. I'm going to be very curious because we've seen University of Hawaii, they really love this Sigma play. But when it comes to Pataisu, the high ground control can be very important. So, heroes like the Winston, the Diva, the Ball tend to be much more favorable on these maps. But, I just see Hawaii forces Sigma so much and just win. So I'm not going to doubt them now.
Yeah, personally, I think this is my personal opinion, but I really want to see, at the very least, Northern Arizona. I want to see them try and play into the new changes that have come through. I kind of want to see them play the Mercy, because Mercy has the ability to play a lot more aggressive now with that new sympathetic recovery passive that was added, doing 25% of your healing done, healing yourself. That can be really devastating when you're talking about a Valkyrie, as we're now getting into University of Hawaii's attack.
Yeah, we did see earlier in the previous match that they did play the Mercy a lot on this map, but they did pull out the Soldier, who did get that buff. Doesn't get as much recoil when shooting anymore, which has been putting him in a really good spot in this meta, allowing him to peek himself out. But that's a big ante. Forces Pebbles back, but this is where I think things could be dangerous, K-Wing. You are now playing University of Hawaii's game. You're playing this Sigma, but that's a great opening shot. Akamai goes down. That's what we said they needed to do.
That is exactly what they needed to do. That opening picks are crucial, and now they push in and take advantage with the more burst healing potential of Ray from these new changes. It's something you really couldn't have planned for as well as you could have, just due to the fact that these changes came out so recently, and they're kind of waiting. They're just had to hold back.
Yeah, they have to really hope Say can make something happen diving onto these hit skins, because you can't allow them to keep having the space like this. But Northern Arizona is doing a great job of healing for them.
Oh, what a sleep dart. What a sleep dart. It's not going to matter much, but really good sleep dart there from Casey Dunn. And University of Hawaii, take the point, use the nano, but that's the quickest ultimate to charge that they've got. And they're going to have a really tough time now putting a stop to this push coming through from the University of Hawaii.
Yeah, and because they put it on Say, onto that Genji, it allowed them to build up to that blade. So now you're going to have that for this fight, but you're not even going to have to use it. Akamai gets an opening pick onto Papa KJ, and that's going to have to be a quick reset coming from Northern Arizona.
They're just absolutely going to have to reset. They're just trying to hold strong, but this is University, what exactly they should be doing. They know there's a numbers disadvantage. Oh no. Oh, that's disgusting.
He was fluxing, K-Wing. He was fluxing.
No way. Oh my gosh, he fluxed in that tiny room?
Oh man, worst case scenario. That's just F's in the chat, everyone.
Oh man. Oh, that's so painful. Now you've got multiple ults coming out. Papa KJ with the nano visor coming through, gets a pick on display, and has got targets for days. 2 picks come through, and they'll go down, but it doesn't matter at that point. They have done what they needed to do, and NAU put a stop to University of Hawaii.
Yeah, that was a really smart nano coming in from Casey Dunn, because Papa KJ was getting fluxed. Then you give him the nano to help him survive it, and then can pop the visor and just unleash like we just saw. The problem is Hawaii still has 3 ultimates they can come into this fight with, and they still haven't used that blade. And the blade, with especially no defensive ultimates now, could be pretty much free as long as Say gets himself in a good position to use it.
There's absolutely nothing they can do. They've got the rally coming through with the armor, but Say gets taken out by Tom. Tom just lands the pick, lands that charged shot, and Say can't use that blade at all now because he's just dead. That was crucial there to get them some amount. Tom is going to pop the overclock there in a 4v5. Would be worth it, but they're actually nearly going to go down. They are going to fall. They go into aggressive. The blade comes in from Say. They're gonna get the nano as well. There's no defensive ultimates, nothing that they can do. And off a bit of an overcommit by Tom, the University of Hawaii are gonna push right through. They're gonna get to checkpoint Bravo.
Wow, yeah, that was looking really bad for Hawaii, but as you mentioned, a little bit of an overcommit from Tom allowed Hawaii to come back, be able to use that blade from Say. And side note, I just love that Genji skin. It is so cool, especially seeing it in action with the ultimate. As you know, you deserve that break, Say. You put in some work there. Go ahead, rest, because they're going to need you for this 3rd-point push.
That they are. And now as we look into this next fight, you've got a few ultimates online for Northern Arizona. If they want to put a stop to it, they need to do it now. There's the Gravitic Plus. It's going to catch a Kami with them right above that cover that they were in. They aren't going to be able to find that pick, though. Sleep Dart coming out from Casey Dunn, not finding much either. And that ult not going to land any kills. Just put a little bit of pressure on the Hanzo. Is now looking forward. Northern Arizona, they're putting pressure on it, and they've tried to stop the payload here, but it's just going to keep rolling, and they need someone to come in and drop down. They knock the Sigma off the top. The Sleep Dart comes in onto Math Dealer, but that just means there's no CC for them when they use that ult. They're just going to pop it and just rip through Northern Arizona.
Wow, so smart. I was really curious what they were waiting for Akamai to use the dragons. I thought maybe they would try and force the positioning off the high ground, but they were waiting for Matt Dealer to build up to the flux, and it was a beautiful combination as they deliver all 3 points on Padaisu with an impressive 2:22 on the clock. Like, that is an insane time bank for a hybrid map. So that they're putting themselves in a really good position that if they force overtime, they're the only ones who get another attack. That's a magnificent spot they're in.
It's absolutely incredible. It absolutely just amazing there. As, like you said, 222 on a hybrid map is insane. And it just goes to show you the strategy that's coming out from University of Hawaii and how scary these guys have been so far. Because it seems like Northern Arizona, that entire time, we're just delaying the inevitable. Sisyphus pushing the rock up the hill, pretending that it's not going to just fall back down and crush them.
Yeah, I like what we're seeing currently from the attacking side of Northern University. They're bringing out that Mercy like you were wanting. And I like the Diva adaptation coming in. I will be very curious to see how this plays against the Sigma. Because if Diva ever tries to go onto this intermediate high ground where Sigma's currently holding, just accretion her off the high ground and you can do a lot of damage. So it's going to make things really tough as we got Say on the Bastion. I wonder if they're ready for this.
Tom coming out on the Widowmaker is interesting. I wonder how long they're going to keep it there because it's going to be tough trying to shoot in that Sigma shield. They're going to switch off back onto the Sojourn. I'm interested to see if that's going to be a positive or if it's going to end up hurting them now, as Northern Arizona needs a good attack, as they're going to push up onto this high ground with the Diva, but they're just going to get damage pumped into them by this Bastion. The defense matrix will keep Plebbles alive for just a little bit, but they're going to get demeched and they're going to be caught in no man's land. Tom trying to get some picks, but Seikana is going to get taken out, and that Mercy is out of there. University of Hawaii have held this first fight, but can they keep going? As you can already see how fast this Mercy charges up ult.
Yeah, as we're going to see the Diva stick, I was curious, given that they're playing the Bastion, you have to use so much of your defense mates just to try and help deal with it, as we saw, but still went down in the end, and they were going to try and make that stop. It looks like they're not. They're going to try and continue to play the Diva. It's going to have to be a bit more careful about where they position themselves to try and deal with Say on this Bastion. That's the #1 priority. They have to try and get this Bastion down quickly.
Yeah, it just needs to be that priority. And the question here for me is, who do you dive at this? Who do you put that pressure on? There's just so any hero here either has some movement. Oh my gosh. No way. That's disgusting, Akami. Just finding exactly where they're going to teleport to and just shooting them directly in the head. The Bob's going to come in onto point, put some contest on, and there's just nothing Northern Arizona can do. They are like moths to a flame.
That was a beautifully placed Bob by Akamai. Not only got that headshot onto Papa KJ, who was teleporting in on the Reaper, then as they're getting ready to get a tick on the point and things are looking a little rough, throws the Bob on point, gets the contest, gets the shooting from the distance while they were able to heal up and finish off the kills. So nicely done by Akamai. That's why Akamai is one of the best players we have to offer in the EGF Overwatch scene.
Completely agree, as now Northern Arizona don't have much in the way of ultimates. They've got the Kitsune Rush, but there's 4 on the side of University of Hawaii. River God pops the Valkyrie. There's the Gravitic Flux, just gonna put so much pressure onto the Northern Arizona team, and the Resurrection is gonna come in, but a lot of ults coming out from University of Hawaii. Really good waiting there, and now they use this Kitsune Rush, but Seikana's the first to fall. Sei has just got so much pressure. The Bastion's going to use the ult. The Resurrection going to come through, and they're going to target this Mercy, put a lot of pressure down, put some damage in. There's the Bob on the point. Akami is charging these so fast. Used it at the start of and the end of last fight. Now has it for the end of this one to keep anyone from doing anything on the point. Even a nuclear bomb could not stop that Bob on the point from that self-destruct, and it's back to the drawing board for Northern Arizona. This fight's been long and drawn out as Casey Dunn, again, using this Valkyrie to try and keep the D.Va alive, and maybe they could find a pick, but it just seems like they are bashing their heads against the wall. Palm goes down. Even with that ultimate, Casey Dunn soon to fall, and with this time bank, there's just nothing else they can do. Sei uncontested, just free to stand still and pump out the damage. There's just nothing Northern Arizona can do.
As that's a victory dance and a victory flux for Hawaii as they take a decisive 2-0 victory, 2-0 lead in the series as we head into a third map. But man, it is looking far and in between for Northern Arizona to try and find some sort of solution to deal with the might that Hawaii has brought on to tonight.
I mean, just really devastating. University of Hawaii full holds Northern Arizona University on that first point. And reminder there that the attack round for University of Hawaii was dominant. 2 minutes and 22 seconds on the clock. There's no other way to say it. Northern Arizona University is feeling outclassed at every single turn. They need to come up with something new and fast, because they've got 3 maps left: New Queen Street, Shambhala Monastery, and DePaul, and they need to win all 3 if they want to win this map and keep themselves from slipping a little further down the standings.
Yeah, and Hawaii just needs 1 map left, and they can shoot themselves up to as far as 4, I believe, depending on how all the tiebreakers work. So they have themselves in prime position. They just got to finish strong. They've looked like the better, more dominant team. They just need to continue to prove that on New Queen Street.
Absolutely, they do. And now, as we go in to New Queen Street, we see University of Hawaii. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Northern Arizona, though, pulling out the Junker Queen.
Yeah, I'm gonna be curious to see if they continue to play this. I mean, I like this composition, especially on New Queen Street. I mean, Junker Queen, New Queen Street. I know it's not her map, but they share the Queen. And I think, you know, since it's this more mid-range and closer intermediate levels, that Junker Queen has a lot of value. But again, it's all about you trying to break down University of Hawaii's play, and I feel like you need to be able to try and get into the face of Mac Dealer. I feel like a Lucio might be something you might need to pull out if you're Northern Arizona University at some point.
They've got the time to try it, but it's going to be really tough though with Akami on that high ground, free to just shoot. And Tom as well, though, you to find that first opening pick onto Sei with that charge shot, and really good opening pick. And Northern Arizona follow it up, go aggressive as this Junker Queen so obviously wants to do. Tom finding another pick, and there's a pick coming through from Northern Arizona. That's their DPS popping off. That's what they need to get to start off That Thought's going to be pushing their barricade.
You know, I'm going to say this right now, K-Wing, and I feel like Hawaii might make me eat my words, but I don't really know if I like the Symmetra as much on this map. There's not a lot of like areas where you can trap people with your turrets and get a whole lot of beam going. So I think that might be something they're going to have to look to swap if they want to win this map. But who knows? Like I said, I have a really sneaky suspicion for some reason they're going to make me eat my words.
Akami is putting the plate out for you now, as that's the first pick right there onto Tom. Akame finding a second, finding a third, for the goodness. Cassidy superstar.
Man, the Cassidy just coming through in spades. Akamai, again, that star power showing strong. Now this is the ability where, say, on this Symmetra has a chance to start to get some value. As you know, the spots generally where Northern Arizona is going to be coming from. So this is where you can start setting traps and looking to farm up a lot of beam.
That's what you could do, is now Pebbles trying to come in through this window. They've got the ultimate. Are they going to engage before University of Hawaii takes the lead? They are not. They're not going to contest. University of Hawaii will end up taking the lead, as now Pebbles trying to find an opportune time to use this ultimate. Not going to find that, but there they go. Going to get multiple people. The cleanse will come through from River God, but it's just not enough. And Northern Arizona roll right through.
I was getting worried there for a second, K-Wing, because they had such a good opportunity. A big ante came in from KC Dunn, and the cleanse came out. That was your opportunity to use the rampage, and they won't have anything for it. Still ended up getting it done in the end, but I feel like to win this map, that timing and that situational awareness is going to have to improve if you're Northern Arizona University.
This is aggressive here from Pebbles. That's just going to get them taken out by the Deadeye from Akamai. To again, the star power coming off this man is just deadly. Nearly getting the pick onto Seikana as well, and just pick after pick after pick.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you say? Hawaii is just looking so strong. I mean, again, that was like you said, that was kind of too aggressive, and in my opinion, kind of an int coming out from Bubbles. So that's not looking so great, but lots of ultimates to commit in Energy University. Here we go.
Northern Arizona does still have the lead, though. They're just taken back, but Akamai gets the pick, going to get taken out by, I believe, their own grenade, but University of Hawaii going to end up pushing through, and they're going to get to that first checkpoint.
That they are, and that is key when it comes to these push maps, because now you unlock those forward spawns, and that is a valuable thing to have, because once, if Northern Arizona University ever takes a fight forward, they're going to have to fight University of Hawaii again at the mid-fight and not be able to get any distance because the forward spawns are too good.
That's really true there. Tom switching over to the Cassidy. You have the Lucio now from KC Dunn, and they're going to engage heavily with that, but Akamai is going to find the pick onto that Lucio, and Seikana is going to go down. Akamai finding another pick, and it is just the Akamai show. It's Akamai's world, and we're all living in it.
That it is, you know. You're talking about Wayne's world, but this is Akamai's world, as they're going to have that high noon again. We saw last time really punished Plebbles' aggressiveness with the high noon, but Plebbles has a rampage of their own, and there's not a lot on the plate of Hawaii to be able to deal with it except the Suzu, so we can draw that out early. Wow.
Wow. Just
oh my goodness.
Dominant, just actually dominant. Akamai, 3 picks, looking for even more. That's 4, looking for the ace, trying to find them. Will they find the Lucio? Oh, KC Dunn is able to get out, but it's just all Akamai party time.
Akamai party time. I love it.
Akamai finds the 5th.
As they're looking to deliver this point all the way. Oh my goodness, Akamai. There's no way this is real. You're not human, Akamai. What is this?
Just absolutely dominant. Plebbles is going to use that ultimate. We'll find 1 pick onto Banana Olympia. Akamai will go down as well, but Pebbles is gone. With how close these spawns are, Zay's gonna try and keep this going, trying to get pick after pick after pick. Zay says, I'm not the only DPS on University of Hawaii that can carry. They're gonna get a few picks, but eventually it will be back to the university, to Northern Arizona, pushing back. But like you said, those close spawns.
As we see the ball having to come out to try and deal with that, Pebbles takes a lot of damage from that magnetic grenade from Akamai. As they are getting so close, they just want to finish this off as Akamai has the high noon but goes down.
Going to go down, but you're able to save that Deadeye for a later fight as the University of Hawaii back and forth here in Olympia, just pushing through beat and Kitsune Rush coming out from either side. There's the minefield from Plebbles, but Plebbles is going to give their life for it, and even with the minefield, Akamai is just going to shoot a path right through it, and Mass Dealer will pop off. One more fight for Northern Arizona.
Yeah, and they still have 2 ultimates for Hawaii to use to try and bring this home. They're going to have to hope Arizona can come through with this Death Blossom Blizzard combination they have online and make something happen.
There's the Deadeye from Akamai. We've seen how deadly it can be. They're going to take the teleporter. They take the teleporter, they get 2 kills. Akamai, what a combo. They'll give their life for it. Plebbles will take them out, but they have done all that they need to do. They just need to get this one last dagger kill, and they'll get it. The wall's gonna come out from somewhere from Say. Aren't gonna be able to stop that blizzard coming out from Tom. They'll get the kill onto Tom. Death Blossom comes out. Northern Arizona stay alive by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, by the hair on their chinny chin. It just feels like they're delaying the inevitable, however, K-Wing. University of Hawaii just always seems to have the tit when Northern Arizona tats, and they just can't come up with any kind of forward progress. They're just, stalling out and just keeping the robot a little bit more forward, but getting no positive progress on their end. But there's nothing Hawaii has online ultimate-wise, so 2 dry fights. Arizona's going to have to try and win this out without any ultimates of their own as well.
That they are, and the University of Hawaii still has those close spawns, though the robot did not get to 0. They're right there, but just a little bit to the side of University of Hawaii, and that's going to make all the difference as Math Dealer going to seal the deal.
Yeah, that's a good point you bring up, and never even crossed that midway point, so all the close spawns remade for Hawaii, and that's a huge deal when they're coming back with Math Dealer, having this Lux and Akamai so close to another high noon. This could be it, K-Wing. They could be looking to deliver it.
It's that one last fight. The minefield going to come in from Plebbles, and they're going to go in very aggressively. You've got Akamai over on the side, has the Deadeye. There's the Flux coming in. Not going to find any pick. Akamai still holding on to this Deadeye, but they might not even need it. Picks are coming through left and right. Tom comes out of the ice block just a few iotas of a second too early, gets knocked by that rock and taken out.
Yeah, as things get tough for University of Northern Arizona as they're trying and get this through. Akamai pulls out the high noon, but a great wall and no teleporter to take this time.
They looked around for it too. You could see them just, where is my teleporter? But your teleporter's not there. The first pick's gonna come through. Rivergod's gonna get the pick onto KC Gun. And unless you can get an incredible overtime push from Northern Arizona from one end of the map to the other, it's just not going to be it. Akamai finds the pick, and it's just going to be the bot pushing the barricade just a little more. The overtime wick can't burn down, and it's all over. University of Hawaii with a solid 3-0 victory, showing that they are not to be counted out, and they are showing off that they could be the ones to lead this wolf path.
Yeah, they definitely could be looking very strong, having their full roster in the game, especially since we saw a very University UTK going down to University of Delaware today. So the field has been cleared. Everything looks great, and we should be in for quite a spring split as we are going to take a quick break. And we might be looking to do an interview here from someone from the University of Hawaii. We'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back, everyone. We are joined by Math Dealer from University of Hawaii, the doubted Sigma player. Incredible game you guys had. How are you guys feeling coming off that dominating victory over Northern Arizona?
Feeling pretty good. We've been practicing a lot recently, so yeah.
Yeah, just starting off questions wise, I saw, I was casting your guys' game last week and you guys were short on Akamai. It seemed to make a huge difference, but talk to me about this Sigma composition you guys love so much. What brings you guys to the decision to just play Sigma every map and try and make that work?
I think Sigma works well into any team composition, as long as we just position correctly and know how to counter each comp. So yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what your guys' thought process was. Were there any moments throughout this map where you guys struggled and you had to sort of look for another way around it? That you kind of ran into a wall and had to change something up?
For today's match, I wouldn't say we had a situation like that. We had a plan on what to do each fight. We just stuck with it. It worked out in the end. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely showed you guys had a really great game. Looking forward, you guys are kind of right in the middle of the standings in about a 4-team pack. Do you think that you guys can break out of that pack and run with the big dogs up at the top with number 1, number 2?
We think we definitely can. We think we're trying to make the Sigma comp work, and we think we can use it to beat any team. So yeah.
Yeah, talk to me about this symmetric, because coming into New Queensy, I was saying at the top of it, I'm like, especially after you guys lost that first fight, I'm like, I don't know, I just feel like there's not a lot of places you can trap people, but that was really interesting how you guys were using it to, give yourself favorable positioning and being able to use it for Akamai with the high noons, which is crazy. Just give me the thought process of why the symmetric coming into New Queen Street.
We wanted to try out some more sim in our comps. We haven't had much practice with it recently, so we decided to try it out for a fight and see how it works out. And then we just stuck with it after that.
Yeah,
after the first year. Yeah.
Yeah, it seemed to work really well for you guys. Got that dominating victory. Before we let you go, give you a chance, shout out, family, team members, coaches, whatever you want to do. The floor is yours.
Oh yeah, I just want to shout out to my teammates and my coach for working hard this past week. So yeah.
Yeah, incredible job, and we thank you for being here, Math Dealer. Good luck in the rest of the season, and make that push for the playoffs.
Yep, thank you for having me.
Alrighty, I don't know about you, K-Wing, but that was an exciting 2 games. I'm very excited to see where we go from here.
I am too. You've got some really good teams, and if that match we saw was any indication, we've got some sleepers there, and you really can't trust these teams to play at their weight class. They're always looking to punch up. So even a match like this, you saw some flashes of some good stuff from Northern Arizona. I'm really excited to see how this spring split goes, but that's all it for tonight. I'm feeling a little tired. I know you might be, and I know our producer Juke is definitely feeling tired, but I actually think we do have some updated standings if we want to look really quickly at that. And there's the University of Hawaii. They do jump up to 4th place. NAU dropping down to 9th place, but it's really exactly what we said with how important this game is. Now University of Hawaii sort of running that wolf pack right at the top of it now.
Yeah, and they're just a couple wins away from being able to catch those bigger dogs, the UTAs of the world, the University of Delaware, and UTKs of the world. But with that, we're going to go ahead and end the stream for the night. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in to this official EGF Overwatch stream. I've been 2 Tryhard Ray, joined by K-Wing and Chef Billy. We'll see you guys later. Peace out.